Welcome, commissioners. Good evening. Chair Scharf is unavailable today and may be joining remotely, but I'm pleased as vice chair to chair this meeting tonight. Could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Gupta,
Present.
Chair Scharf,
Present.
Commissioner Metz,
Present.
Commissioner Tucker,
Present.
Vice Chair Mater,
Present.
Commissioner Croft,
Present.
Commissioner Phillips,
Present.
and Mayor Ed Lang.
Wonderful. Are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions for tonight's meeting? Hearing none. Are there any public comments?
If anyone from the public would like to speak on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. No hands raised.
Wonderful. Can we please move on to approval of the minutes? Are there any comments from the commissioners on the minutes? And if not,
Sorry, I'm trying to find my comments. I had one comment. It was on our letter from the water letter that we wrote. There was a statement about the drought happening every once in 100,000 years, hundreds of thousands of years. And in the minutes, it says hundreds of years. And so I'd just like to correct that, and I can find the spot and refer to you.
wonderful. Are there any other changes? Okay, if not, would someone like to move to approve these minutes?
So moved. Second.
Can you call the roll or the vote?
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes, and the comment was on page 18 of 27. I can point it out to you, but yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Great, the minutes are approved. Can we please move on to the Utilities Director report?
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. Kylie Nozay, Assistant City Manager. All right, so we have a brief report for you today. We'll start out with recent council actions related to the Utilities Department. As we've been talking about and providing the commission updates, the council has actually successfully gone through their 2025 council priority objectives, committee objectives, and committee work plans. So ultimately, they have not approved the final list. That'll come back on consent, but they have set their goals and objectives, which I do hope will help us in setting the priorities of the work plan of the UAC later on tonight. In terms of the department, last month, the city hired 4 new utilities employees in the electric operations division, which is great news. We do still have a number of positions open and others at various stages in the recruitment process. And we are at 45 vacancies in the department at this time. So that's not unheard of. That's actually lower than where we've been in the recent past. So that's a good news, actually, as we continue to move forward. All right.
Sorry to interrupt. Would you like questions now or at the end of director's report?
Perhaps at the end, Chair? Great. The gas main replacement project 24B, I highlight this not because we usually highlight our maintenance projects, but because this project specifically is going to move to a visible area. So it's going to be on Embarcadero Road between Alma Street and Emerson Street. And this is going to replace gas mains, pipelines, and customer service lines. So we're doing this to sync it with the installation of new bike lanes along Embarcadero Road. And the construction hours are going to be Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we do expect this to be about a 6-week project, and we just wanted to alert the commission and the public, and we'll move through our normal channels as well. In addition, the annual gas leak survey is going to begin. So CPAU, or the utilities team, has begun the annual walking and mobile gas leak survey of the city. This is routine, and there are 2 types of gas leak surveys that are performed every year: a walking survey of half of the residential areas and a mobile survey of all business districts and mains. So approximately half of the city is covered every year by the walking survey. So the entire gas distribution system can be reviewed in a 2-year period. So this year, the walking survey that's now begun will cover the southern section of Palo Alto. So if you see people out there, that's why. Just a quick update. I know the commission has been in tune with the changes at the federal level. An update on the gas utility federal grant. If you recall, we have a $16.5 million grant that was awarded to the city for pipeline and hazardous, or from Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration grant program. So the city actually has received a new contract from the federal government on this grant. So we're reviewing those new terms and conditions to see how they've changed from prior versions, and we'll bring any further actions as necessary once we're done with that review. In addition to the legislative on the federal side, the state legislative committees are reviewing bills for this year's legislative session. So a couple that we're tracking: Senate Bill SB 282. This is a heat pump access act from Senator Wiener. Proposes several improvements to streamline heat pump installation and permitting throughout the state. So staff, along with building officials from other cities, have provided feedback on the bill to make it easier for local jurisdictions to comply and reach those greenhouse gas emission goals. There's also discussion on SB 540. This is a bill to create a regional electricity market, and began with an informal hearing in the Senate Committee on Utilities, Energy, and Communications. So while there was significant support from senators and stakeholders, concerns do remain around maintaining control of California's environmental regulations, emissions, and labor impacts. And so these are likely areas that are going to need to be addressed for the bill to be able to successfully be passed. So we'll keep a watch on that. Upcoming events, there are a number of details that can be found at cityofpaloalto.org/workshops, but 3 main events that are coming up. April 12th is a landscape conversation 101. April 27th is the City of Palo Alto Earth Day. And May 1st is a facility managers meeting for key account customers. So more information can be found online, but wanted to highlight those as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners on this topic?
Yeah, could I? Oh, this one. Rachel? Oh, if I may. So could I just ask about how it is going as interim director? Related to that, how the search for the director is proceeding. I would like that we get monthly updates on that important question. But for now, ad hoc, could you just comment on the search and what the process is like as interim?
Sure. So the search, so we last talked about the executive staffing a couple months ago. So we had 2 positions as a result of retirements that became open. So we are nearing the final steps of the assistant director over the utilities in electric operations and engineering team. So we are in the final stages of that recruitment, and hopefully we'll be able to have something to announce maybe by the next UAC meeting?
By the next meeting.
Great. By the next UAC meeting, we expect to be able to have an announcement for that one.
At alter stage.
Finalization, yes.
Correct. We're at final stages. Perfect. On the utilities director, we are in the interview stage. So we've done screenings, we've done initial rounds of interviews, and so we're moving through that interview process. And I don't know the timeline on that yet, but I would expect at least another month or 2 before we're able to provide any additional information on that.
I'm sorry, but I would like more color, specifically in the electric position where we are at final stage. Were you satisfied and impressed with the choice of candidates? Did we have good recruits? And in the interview stage for full director, same question.
Sure. It's inappropriate for me to talk about personnel transactions publicly. These are ultimately hiring decisions for both myself and Alan as the leaders in the department, as well as the city manager. What I can tell you is we have run very competitive recruitment processes. And so we have attracted a lot of attention and engagement from those in the utilities community. And we hope that that will result in positive, ultimately offers and onboarding of new employees.
Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners?
I have a question on our federal grant for the gas utility, and thank you, staff, for the update on that. Do we have an initial gut reaction on these new terms and conditions? And I ask because we're going to be discussing our gas rates on the agenda later tonight.
Unfortunately, we don't at this time. It is late breaking. We obviously can tell that there are new T's and C's. They do reference some of the new executive orders. And so we really need to look at the details of the executive orders, the terms in the contract, state law, frankly, and reconcile all of our obligations.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, we will turn to agenda item number 2, which is approval of the chair and vice chair to serve a short term of April 2nd, 2025 through April 1st, 2026. And hopefully there are no April Fool's jokes a year from now. On that note, are there any motions to nominate a chair for this term?
May I ask a question first?
Sure.
So there are two of us who are past our terms. Right now, our terms ended on the 31st of March, and the city council votes next Monday on our two new slots. So we don't know whether we will be continuing. I hope to. But because of that, there are two of us who I imagine are not eligible, would be my thought, for these positions. And I wonder if it would be possible, since so many of us, I believe a lot of us are on the same timeline, to push back the new term or push back the selection by a week or two, or till the next one, or in the future, kind of remedy that situation to make this term, this upcoming term a month longer, for example. I don't know if there's flexibility in that.
Mayor Lowing?
I think that makes some sense. Because about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, council worked on a whole new handbook to make sure that there was not a council voting on lame ducks for commissions. And I think the intent was also that we wouldn't have commissioners voting on lame ducks as lame ducks. So I think that makes a lot of sense to just move it to the next meeting.
Procedurally, do we need to extend the term of Chair Scharf and Vice Chair Mauter to do that?
No.
No. Okay. I move that we move this to the next meeting.
Seconded.
To answer that more in more detail,
Before we vote, may I ask, why is it called short term? Is there something special about this term, or is it just the standard 1-year term?
I will defer to Mayor Lowing again on that item, but I believe it is
Sure.
just the standard term.
they're always 1 year.
Yeah.
And you can obviously run again and again and again if
Okay.
you like.
yeah, the language suggests there's something, I don't know, special or different about this.
Yeah, commissioners are always seated until they're replaced. So if it goes over the date, they still have jurisdiction, so to speak.
So there's a motion on the floor right now. Would anyone like to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Could you call
Gustav.
the vote?
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, can we please turn now to the third agenda item, which is staff recommend the Utilities Advisory Commission recommend that the city council adopt a resolution approving the FY 2026 gas utility financial forecast and reserve transfers, the natural gas cost of service and rate study, and general fund transfer, and amending rate schedules G1, G2, G3, and G10. I believe we'll hear a presentation from staff, and then I'd like to make sure that the commissioners that served on the Finance Committee have an opportunity to provide any comments that they have in advance of further discussion. I'm going to suggest that we take public comments after the staff presentation, unless there's somebody, yeah, okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Lisa Belier, and we do have a relatively short presentation, and so if it's okay with you, we ask that we get through our small number of slides before taking any commissioner questions as well. Good evening, commissioners. Lisa Belier, Senior Resource Planner, talking about the gas rate proposals. And this slide summarizes our median bill projections. I also wanted to mention that I'm going to be tag teaming this presentation. There's a slide that Catherine Elvert, our communications manager, will present, talking about communications and outreach for our rates. And this, if you turn your attention to the red box, we came to you last month with the water and wastewater proposals, and now we're bringing to you the gas and electric proposals. So this table shows the overview of the median residential bill impact of these different proposals. Some of these rate increases are substantial, and it's not something that we take lightly. These proposals are the result of a detailed analysis balancing what our costs are against the safety of the system, the long-term maintenance risks, to try to find the balance between those things. We just completed a cost of service study in February, and that led to some significant increases for residential rates, particularly at the median usage levels. And you can see that under the gas utility with the 22% impact there for the median residential customer. For that reason, we're presenting an option to you of a one-time climate credit. This would be a one-time $73.20 for each residential customer, and the total cost would be about $1.6 million. This would reduce the overall bill impact from 11% in the previous slide to 9%. So it would be an overall 2% reduction in the impact on the customer's bill. And it would reduce the gas utility bill impact by 9%, bringing it from 22% to 13%. So those funds would come from the gas cap and trade reserve, the gas cap and trade auction revenues. reserve, and those need to be used for specific purposes. And this could be one of the purposes. If it were used for a different purpose, for electrification, it would be enough funding to fund whole home electrification incentives for about 182 homes. So with that, I want to tell you about the gas rate proposal. The overall revenue increase, or the overall system average rate increase, is 5%. And in fiscal year 26, so beginning this upcoming July. And as I mentioned, we just completed the cost of service analysis. We hired an outside consultant, and I'll tell you more about that in the presentation. Some of the drivers for the increase include replenishing reserves, labor cost increases, allocated charges, the cross-bore program. And as was discussed earlier, we're expecting a federal grant of $16.5 million. In large part, that funds a main replacement project, number 25. And have a general fund transfer. We're following the council's guidance from last year of the 18% of 2024 gross revenue, and that's estimated at $9.735 million in 2026. Since we came to you in December, we came to you to talk about the preliminary rate proposals. We had at that time a 6% overall gas increase. We've been able to reduce that to 5% in this proposal. But as I already mentioned in the previous slides, the cost of service analysis results did mean a higher increase for the residential customers and large commercial customers. This chart shows the amount of revenue that we will recover, and it compares the amount of revenue that we would recover in each of these categories based upon our 4-year average in 2026 to what we need in 2026 to cover the costs that we're estimating in these different categories. So we can see what the drivers of the rate increase are. This explains the 5% rate increase. It does not get into the shifts among classes recommended as part of the cost of service. So 5% of the increase is to replenish reserves, and then operating expenses account for almost 4%. The general fund transfer accounts for 1.5%, and then we have it's a design year for CIP, for our next CIP project. So it's a lower CIP year in our 2 years spending in our 2-year construction pattern. This slide shows the costs and revenues for the gas utility. So you can see all the costs in the stacked bars and the revenue in the red line at the top. The 5% overall rate increase is the first red number at the top of 2026. And hopefully this provides a bit of an overview of the overall costs and revenues. This slide shows the operations reserve for the gas utility, and it shows a very low balance in 2024 below the risk assessment level and below the reserve minimum. That is because of some costs that were from 2023 that hit the utility in 2024. 2023 there was a gas price spike that was an unprecedented price spike, and the effects of that are being seen in 2024. This forecast expects to bring that operations reserve to back within the guideline range throughout the forecast period. So I want to turn and talk a little bit about the gas cost of service methodology. Utilities do cost of service method in order to align the costs, the cost to serve each customer group with the rates or charges that we're charging. And these studies have taken on more significance with the passage of Proposition 226, sorry, that amended the state constitution in 2010. So the overall method is to establish how much revenue is needed through finding out the revenue requirement, then to use consumption patterns for each group of customers to allocate costs among the customer classes. We have residential G1 customers. We have small commercial and multifamily master meter customers. We call those our G2 customers. And then we have large commercial or G3. And we also have compressed natural gas, or G10. The study uses cost allocators that are things like therms used by the customers, number of customers in the class, and seasonal therms used. And then it uses rates, it designs rates to provide prices that allocate cost to customers who consume in different ways. So a little bit more about Prop 26. It basically says that gas and electric rates must represent the cost of service. And what this really means, and the implications of this, is that we can't establish rates based on policy goals unless those happen to also be cost-based. So we may have social goals, environmental goals, and we're not allowed to use those to drive the rates that we charge to customers. Also, we can't phase in the rates. We look at the cost of service study as the most accurate representation of the cost to serve the customers. So we have to immediately move to the cost of service rates. And we know that other agencies can get in trouble if policymakers make changes to the rates from the dais. And this can be very frustrating to policymakers who feel like they're being handcuffed. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of background. And then this is a slide that focuses on the median, focuses on the gas bill comparisons for residential and non-residential customers as a way of representing the overall impact of the cost of service study. So if you look at the column, the furthest column on the right, this shows the current rates in the current year, fiscal year 25. And you can see that if you go to kind of the last row and the last column in the first table, will focus on residential. Currently, Palo Alto is about 16% lower than PG&E in terms of the residential median bill. And with the cost of service results, you can turn to the column that's next to the left, the one that says PA/PG&E. And this would mean that Palo Alto is still 3% below PG&E under the cost of service rates. However, the cost of service study has noticed that the consultant has noticed that our residential customers have more peakier usage, and that's why more of the costs have been moved to the residential class as a result of the study. On the commercial side, currently the smallest commercial and multifamily master metered customers' bills are approximately 200% higher than PG&E. With the results of the study, those would come to about 35% higher than PG&E. The study also recommends to refine the G2 customer class in the service charge, the monthly service charges, to recognize that there's a wide variety of usage and meter capacities within that customer class, meter types and customer types and meter capacities. So you can see that there's 3 different service charges within that group, and so those are listed with the 3 different meter capacities, whereas currently there's only one fixed meter service charge, monthly service charge for the whole entire G2 customer group. So that kind of provides an overview. The other thing that I wanted to mention about the cost of service study is that the summer baseline usage for the seasonal rate is going up from 20 to 23 therms per 30-day billing period, and that's to reflect the more recent usage patterns of the customers. And I'd like to ask Catherine to talk a little bit about our communication and outreach strategies.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Elvert, Utilities Communications Manager. So thank you, Lisa, very much for that overview. We wanted to make sure that we're highlighting the communication strategy and outreach plan that we have for talking to the community about these utility rate changes. Our objective with our communication strategy is to ensure transparency and foster understanding about the utility rate increases, the reason behind the utility rate increases, and the reason why this is a benefit to customers. For example, this is an investment in our infrastructure upgrades, and it is a essential for the utility to maintain the system and ensure the integrity of the safety and the reliability of our utility systems and ensure that we can continue to deliver these utility services reliably that our customers rely on every day. Our primary goals are also to manage these utility services in a way that, of course, ensures safety and reliability. And we are also trying to make sure that we are communicating to our customers about what the city is doing to keep costs down, which can also help drive down utility rates or keep the utility rates as low as possible, but also what customers can do to keep their utility bill costs low. So the city offers a number of programs and services, for example, for efficiency that can help customers keep rates low, even if rates are going up. Also, some of our key messages focus on the competitiveness of our utility rates. Even when rates are going up in Palo Alto, if you look at the comparison to other utilities, our rates are often lower than those utility services. And in comparison to neighboring cities, the monthly bills are often lower than what you would see for the average residential customer. So we want to make sure that we are being transparent about this and once again, communicating the value of the investment in these rates. For the gas, as Lisa said, we will, of course, reiterate what is happening with the need to replenish utilities' financial reserves, also what is happening with market forces, with rising supply costs, also the cross-bore program for safety and reliability, what is happening with the general fund transfer, and then also the cost of service analysis. And it will be similar for the electric utility, but I will stop here for the gas utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I just wanted to wrap up and recap that this cost of service study resulted in some reallocations across classes. And what we're asking the UAC is really to weigh in on the proposed strategies for replenishing reserves, for investment in our CIP, and as well as the climate credit option that I mentioned. And we have included council's direction from last year regarding the general fund transfer. We understand from the subcommittee that they have some ideas for discussion, and we look forward to the discussion and be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Excellent. I do want to turn to the finance subcommittee. Is that okay if we get through that before your question? Great. So Commissioner Phillips, would you kindly recap the thoughts from the Finance Subcommittee?
Yes, I will. The Finance Subcommittee, which is Commissioner Gupta, Commissioner Croft, and myself, met with staff, and we went over, much of the same material. Obviously, one thing that's happening is the residential rates are going up, and at least smaller G2 commercial rates are going down, primarily as a result of the reallocation of costs driven by COSA. Some of my fellow commissioners have questions about that, but I won't address those. I'll let them ask the questions. We didn't really have the ability to review the COSA until essentially after the meeting. Our biggest concern, I think, as a subcommittee, and I let anybody else on the committee say, is the 22% increase in the median residential rate seems excessive and very difficult to swallow. While the subcommittee would like to find a way to limit that, we did not necessarily converge on what the best way to do that. One option is the one presented by staff, which is the cap and trade alternative. That was not uniformly supported by our subcommittee, and we said this would be best to bring to UAC. The other possibility, as mentioned, was not doing so much to replenish reserves. And a third possibility is to do a smaller transfer or to recommend a smaller transfer to the general fund, with the understanding that the last two don't simply impact residential, they would also impact commercial rates as well through the COSA. Our understanding is that the COSA is more or less fixed. We might have some ability to, unless we find some, or there's some error found, we might have some ability to give them some guidance for future cost of service allocations. We also noted that there was a $16.5 million federal grant, which is mentioned, I guess, in Director Nose's report. That seems pretty certain, but at least at the time we met with staff, just given everything that's happening at the federal level, that seemed somewhat uncertain, but it's heartening to hear that that it actually appears to be on track. I don't know if my fellow subcommittee members have anything to add to that.
I did have one thing to add, which was, the initial impression was that shifting more of the cost onto kind of a fixed cost versus a usage cost, which is what this study does, it seems like it's giving the wrong incentive, and that ideally you want to have people reduce their usage. But if we imagine forward, a decade or whatever, we actually want people to discontinue service. So maybe a high fixed cost would be helpful. So as we discussed that in the subcommittee, it wasn't completely clear how much guidance we can give the consultant who's doing the COSA study, but we did understand that there is the ability to give some. So that was the one thing that we did want to talk about, is somehow ensuring that, what we heard is that for this study, we basically guided to increase the fixed cost versus the usage cost. I could have that wrong, but that was my read on our conversation, was that we had a certain amount we needed to get from the fixed cost. And I would like to, I guess, ask again if that's the case, and in future cost of service assessments, ideally we can give guidance that would guide toward the goal of having people eventually discontinue gas. So that was the one thing that I think struck us, is that the fixed costs were going up, and that seemed not necessarily productive.
And I'll just add that as Commissioner Phillips stated, we were not able to discuss the COSA during our subcommittee meeting with staff because it was not yet available. When this COSA did become available as part of the meeting packet, each subcommittee member did review the COSA, and I think we shared several questions regarding the drivers behind shifting costs from customer class G2 to the residential class G1. And again, we didn't have an opportunity to discuss that during the budget subcommittee meeting, but I know at least myself and potentially both the other subcommittee members have questions regarding those drivers of costs, which we can handle during the discussion portion.
Great. Thank you for that report out. Can I clarify that you reviewed only, as a committee, you reviewed only the initial proposal and did not directly review the proposal that would take funds from the climate, sorry, I'm blanking, the cap and trade reserve?
That was presented to us by the staff. We discussed it, but as a group, we did not have a consensus on it. So we felt it's better to go in front of UAC.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. So thank you for that report out. I'd now like to open it up to the rest of the commission to ask questions of, actually, first, I'd like to open it up to public comment.
This is Rachel Romero, Administrative Associate. If anyone from the public would like to speak on item 3, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. No hands raised.
Okay. Now we can have a discussion. Are there any questions for staff or the Finance Committee members?
Should I respond to the...
I thought it might be useful to go into the COSA questions now, if that's a good place to start the discussion.
Commissioner Gupta, is that okay? Okay, sure, that's fine.
Okay, great. So yeah, just to again cover that background. So part of what we're doing tonight with the gas rates, we're also approving this cost of service study, and part of this new cost of service study is cost shifting a large amount from smaller commercial G2 class to the G1 class, which are our residents. And as covered in the presentation, residential rates are not going up just because of increases in system-wide costs or replenishing our reserves or other issues, but also by decisions on that are made by our consultant on how to allocate those costs. And again, these are changes that differ from the previous cost of service study that was by the same consultant, I understand, which we have understood is also compliant with Proposition 26. So to direct folks' attention, I believe this is on the most recent package, page 106 or page 26 of the COSA. I'm going to flip over there to myself. So as you can see on this page, this covers drivers for why residential and large commercial classes are requiring higher rate increases compared to the G2 class. And the document here shows a couple changes that have been made. I wanted to, I think we, as the subcommittee members after the meeting with staff, shared a few questions on at least two of these drivers. So the first one I wanted to touch on was the general fund transfer allocation. So in a previous COSA, this was previously allocated based on net plant, but the allocation has now been changed to a revenue-based allocation. So as a consequence, customer class G1 is now bearing a larger proportion of general fund transfer costs. And again, this is the general fund transfer that is proposed to be 18% this year. I believe it was 14.5% last year. So I did have questions on this one, and then also the second one is a rate-based allocation of the distribution assets. So the method has been updated to use a revised average and excess calculations, which is shifting some asset value from G2 to G1 due to the greater seasonal usage variability exhibited by G1 customers. And I guess my first question is, was our prior COSA compliant with Proposition 26?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so do we have rationale for why we're making these two changes to this proposed COSA?
On the first one, in 2022, we changed, the voters passed a proposition to change the general fund transfer, the way that it's calculated for the gas utility. And so the consultant felt that it was most appropriate to change the coding in the cost of service model to match how that number is derived, which is linked to revenue. The general fund transfer is 18% or a lower percent of the revenue from 2 years prior, the gross revenue. So that's on the first one. And I will say, I think that's a smaller impact than the second one that you identified on the greater variability in seasonal use. So the consultant used the average and excess method, which is a fairly standard method. And they looked in detail at the usage of the customers, both on an average month and also in a peak month. And they basically put the costs into these three buckets. One is the demand, which is based on the peak usage. One is the energy, which is based on the average or minimum usage. And then costs that are linked to customer. And those customer costs are the ones that go into the service charge. And those that are linked to demand are what they found is part of the reason why the G1 costs are going up, because they found that the G1 is more seasonally, is relatively more seasonally variable. So that's what they found under the item 3 that you were identifying.
Okay, thank you. And just to understand process, I mean, if the UAC does not agree with changing some of the ways we're, for example, coding the general fund transfer allocation or changing the way we're doing the rate-based allocation of distribution assets, and we take these pieces back to the consultant to obtain a revised rate schedule?
Sorry, I think what you're asking is, can the UAC, can we change parts of the cost of service analysis? I think, is that what the question is?
Yes, specifically regarding these. And the reason I ask is it seems like the prior way we did the cost of service analysis was compliant with Proposition 26. And we've made, at least this consultant has made changes to these drivers in terms of how we are calculating and cost shifting between classes of customers. So the question is, in terms of process, if the UAC were not to agree with these changes, can we revert this back to the consultant to get a revised rate schedule?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is a integrated and interlinked study, including the rate design and the methods that were used in the cost of service. So in order to pick out one thread or one result that the UAC doesn't like, or that wants to direct a change, it's possible that we can go back to the consultant and request them to look at that. But when we go to the consultant, they're most likely to say that they want to start fresh. And so it would require going back and restarting the study and looking at the methods and reevaluating and taking an entirely new approach. So that is something that we can discuss, but it would be something that would not make the rates be available by this July. It will take longer than that.
May I ask a quick question? How frequently are these cost of service studies completed for gas utility?
The last one was in 2020 and with a little bit of updates in 2021. So it's been a few years, but typically, between 3 and 7 years.
And is there any guidance in Proposition 26 that mandates a frequency of cost of service, or is that a utility decision?
I don't believe so, but it's typical to do it every few years. So between 3 to 5, 7 years, something like that.
Commissioner Metz had a question.
Yes, thank you. Has the CPAU investigated our operational expenses for the gas utility lately? The background, the reason I ask, if you look at the numbers, everything looks like it was pretty thoroughly done, and people would have different views on allocation, as was just discussed. But if you look at the source of the costs instead of the allocation of them, about 50% of the cost is operations. 50% of the delivered cost is operations. And since we don't control the cost of the commodity, which is about a third, that means operations is by far the biggest cost that we have some control over. So I wonder, have we looked at that? The cost of a particular drilling down into specific activities, what they cost versus the value that we get, or what it costs us to do a certain activity versus what other utilities spend for the same sort of activity. Have we looked at, because this is such a big driver of our total cost, it seems like it could be fruitful to look at that.
Commissioner Metz, yeah, Matt Zuka, Assistant Director for Water, Gas, and Wastewater. I mean, operational cost is probably going to be largely driven by labor, and because most of the operational side of it is just that, it's the staffing that we have. That's split across 3 utilities. I can say that I'm not aware of a lot of money on the operations side that we are spending short of responding to gas leaks. There are a few things that we do more aggressively than we are required to do. One of them is, as was mentioned earlier, the gas surveys. We're required by statute to do those every 5 years, and we have chosen to do those every other year. But that's also to stay on top of emissions and leaks and try to be proactive about it. So we look at the budgets every year and try to make sure that we're adjusting accordingly. But I don't know that there's a lot of opportunity there, if I would say. Most of it is being driven by the operations and the staff that we have.
Okay, so we really haven't investigated it.
We haven't gone through and said, hey, how can we pare it back to 15% or anything like that. But we do review our budget on an annual basis, and we're looking at the resources that we have. So it is part of our annual process to evaluate the budget.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Tucker has a question, and then if there are no other questions, you have a question. At some point, I'd like to get to the 3 proposals that the subcommittee made. So if we can keep these to clarifying questions and then turn to the discussion of those 3 proposals, I think that would help direct our progress here tonight.
Well, this will probably not be a clarifying question, so I'll just make it a comment. This cost of study analysis is new to me. It came late. I read it, but I don't see the most obvious thing I would expect from a high-priced consultant. I assume it's high price. Doing a cost of study analysis. What does the consultant think of how we are financially and prudently, those are the words in the document, managing the gas utility? And, I didn't see a summary in the big document. I saw lots of methodologies and redistributions of different classes and all that. But, I can't really see the forest for the trees here. I can't get a sense for what this consultant is actually telling us to assess our utility and everything. There are things about labor, there are references to cross-border projects. But am I missing a section in the document? And related to that, it would have been helpful to have a slide that summarizes what the COSA actually, the high points of the COSA. I know that they're stitched into the whole document. They're the background for the whole document, but a slide that just says, here's what this, 30 pages of study actually are saying, the most important points. That's a comment, so you don't have to answer unless you are inclined.
Okay, hearing no volunteers for that response, would you like to lead or re-propose the first discussion point and maybe recap the 3 options, and then we can dig into that discussion?
Sure.
Before we do that, I did want to put a pin on the COSA point. I personally can't support cost shifting so dramatically from G2 to our G1 residents. I think those were choices that are different from the prior COSA that was compliant with Proposition 26. I do think we should send this COSA back. And it seems like there's no mandated period from which we need to approve COSAs, but it seems, even though this is inconvenient and maybe costly now, it's less costly than apportioning additional costs onto Palo Alto, tens of thousands of Palo Alto residents who are already paying quite a bit for utilities. So just to put a pin on that COSA point, I don't know if there's any support from other commissioners on remanding the COSA to look at the cost shifting and what options there are on that.
Are you moving something right now, Commissioner Gupta?
I so move to do that, to remand the COSA to look at cost shifting changes.
I guess I'd like staff's opinion on the potential legal risks in doing that. My experience with audits, having been audited many times, is you can't really go and say, hey, I don't like this. Could you change some things without taking a very substantial risk? This may be a different situation, but I've been under the impression that that is the case. if it is possible to remand without risk, love to hear that.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Yeah, I mean, I just want to acknowledge that this is a difficult place for you to be as an advisory commission, and indeed for the Finance Committee and the council. Once we have published a cost of service analysis, it is the document that defends how we are allocating costs among customer classes. And so the best course of action would be, in my opinion, to take your concerns and when we do the next cost of service analysis, explore methodologies that might address some of those concerns in the long run. But again, those concerns cannot drive the cost of service analysis. Cost of service is what it is. It's figuring out what the costs are that are imposed on the system by the different customer classes. And that's the result of this study.
Do I also understand from Lisa that the primary driver of these cost increases is in fact excess demand or peaky demand by residential users on the system? And that's not immutable. I mean, quite frankly, that just is the cost of delivering the gas to residential customers, which is higher because they have peakier demand.
Right, and that is the result of the consultant's analysis and detailed look at the most recent data available since the last study 5 years ago. So they came to that was the findings from their work. Yes.
I do have issues, if we're driving into the technical aspects of it, I do have issues on attributing a larger portion of asset value to G1 based on seasonal usage variability, because that might exaggerate the relationship between peak seasonal demand and asset depreciation. Also, I think basing allocation on seasonal factors could introduce more volatility in rate calculations. So we might have less predictability in future cost recovery exercises, and it might complicate both customer budgeting and long-term planning for the utility. So I do think there are reasons, technical reasons for not adopting so much seasonal variability in how we allocate costs. And again, I just feel that we're setting a precedent for the next few years of how we're allocating costs, and Palo Alto residents are going to bear the results of that.
Commissioner Scharf, I apologize, Chair Scharf.
Yeah, sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. I found over the years serving on council that the cost of service studies are the most frustrating things ever. And when I was a younger council member, first couple of years, I used to get in lots of fights with staff over these, because yes, I personally believe that the assumptions the consultant makes drives it in certain ways. And I don't think you're wrong, Gustav. But I also will tell you that if we do not go forward with a cost of service study the way it is, now, I suppose they could redo the whole cost of service study. I've never seen anyone do that before. That could happen, I suppose, but that would really almost need to be a council-driven initiative where council is really unhappy about it. I don't see us asking to amend. I mean, we can vote to do that, I suppose, but I don't see that happening. I don't see, because what would have to happen is they would have to change the assumptions. And one of the staff members just said you'd have to start afresh. I don't think it's really starting afresh, but you'd have to rebuild the data structures within the new assumptions, which probably is the equivalent of doing a new study. I know that seems crazy because it seems intuitive that you could just change a few assumptions in an amendment and it wouldn't be, but that's not how they work. And then these cost of service studies are basically the entire legal framework of which your rates are defensible. So, after this has been published, not the large commercial users, the ones who would do better under this when their rates fall, would then have the ability to go to the court and say, well, hey, they did a cost of service study. That was done, they didn't like it, and then they forced new assumptions. It's supposed to be sort of neutral, the cost of service study. And so I think we'd open ourselves up to a bunch of risk. But I don't know if staff wants to address that further.
I think that was really well said. I just wanted to add one other, rightly so, there is a lot of angst over the residential G1 customer rate impacts here. And I know we're going to get to this discussion in a minute, but we have as staff offered an alternative that can help those customers. I would also like to point out that the smallest of the G2 customers are, many of those are small multifamily complexes, and the result of this cost of service analysis does provide some relief to those customers. So it is a zero-sum game when it comes to setting rates. It is one piece of one revenue requirement pie, and this cost of service analysis is a rigorous study that divides up that pie among those customer classes.
Commissioner Dugar?
Yeah, Chair Scharf said something about the consultant study will obviously depend a lot on the assumptions that they bring into it. My question would be, was there ever a discussion here at UAC leading up to the choice, the selection of the consultant, the directions perhaps that you gave to the consultant, what our expectations or, what were our expectations or steering of the consultant when the project started? I don't know if that was 3 months ago or 3 years ago, but now we receive this thing, it's a done deal. Sounds like it's perilous to question or change it. But can you talk a little bit about the process to choose the consultant and give guidance? Or maybe it's just so standard that these things just happen every 5 years without any guidance.
So we did do an RFP to, I can't remember, I think it was in 2021 or 2022, and that went to council with the consultants that we have as part of our on-call contract for this. So it was a competitive process.
So years ago, this was put into play.
Select the, on the part of your question about selecting the vendor, we did an RFP, and we did not have a specific conversation about this study with the UAC prior to. I think we started this work primarily when there was the gas price spike, and we were looking at our costs and knowing that we needed to do a study. So we've been working on it for quite some time.
Were there directives or directions from either council or UAC, or most importantly from staff to consultant as to like, these are some of the hot issues, these are some of the big questions we'll need answered? Or do we just say, do a COSA and get back to us?
So, just again, to be clear to an earlier comment that you made around an assessment of our whole utility, that's not what a COSA is. Well, it's just gas, and it's just our revenue requirement and the costs that are imposed on the system by different customer classes. So it's not an assessment of how well the utilities run.
The analogy of a pie, it sounds like the COSA really only answers how to split the pie up, not how large the pie is, or the composition of the pie. It's just sort of, these are our costs, and these are our revenue requirements, and then this is a methodology.
Correct. Also, please use your mic, Commissioner, the online participants as well as public. Thank you.
Okay. It's easy to read the report and to think it might be more. It's easy to think that they might actually be talking about the financial, prudent and responsible way to manage costs. Those are all words that they use. And so, I launch into this thing thinking I might get a little more than just how to split the pie, not some judgment on whether our cost, whether our whole gas utility is financially well managed. Sounds like that's not their purview. And they're given no special directives on, some of the concerns that have been voiced here between one class of customer and others. We didn't give them any guidance as to this might be a sensitive question if we move from this class to that class. There was no need, or it wasn't appropriate to do that, it sounds.
Sure. Sorry. Well, I was just gonna say, I think my understanding of a cost of service study is that it is an effort to equitably split that pie. And so, it would be unfair to any customer class if the rates did not reflect the actual costs that those customer classes impose on the system.
It would be unfair. Say that again, please.
To individual customer classes, if their rates did not accurately reflect the costs that their usage imposes on the system.
Sure, then I guess I'll take it as implicit that you agree with the recommendations of the report. As I said before, I would have appreciated if those recommendations were much more explicitly spelled out, like in a slide. But regardless, do you agree with the recommendations of the COSA?
Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, yes.
Because I guess, is that
Yes,
implicit
so-
maybe? Because of that.
Yes.
Yes, I
Okay.
just want to say that, as staff, we take the work very seriously. We comb through all of the assumptions that the consultant is making. We don't want to, have to defend very large changes in
Good.
any customer class's rates. And so we look at all of the assumptions and all of the data, comb through it carefully to try to see if there's any assumptions that could have been made differently or data that could have been looked at or an error that could be there. So we do a detailed review, and we've come along with the consultant, and we are here recommending this study as representing the cost of service for this utility.
Okay.
So
And-
we have a motion that is open. I would like to close that motion. And I think that there are two pathways to doing so. We can either, Commissioner Gupta can either withdraw that motion based on the discussion, or we can vote on that motion if there's a second. Right.
Sure, I do not withdraw the motion.
Okay.
And the reason is, I agree, there is a temporary inconvenience to remanding the COSA back, but I think that's in view of the longer inconvenience to thousands of Palo Alto residents who'd be suffering additional cost shifting based on decisions that were made by changes in decisions that were in how to allocate these costs that were made by the same consultant when the prior COSA was also compliant with Proposition 26. So I would like a vote on the motion.
Okay. Commissioner Chair Scharf.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what the motion is exactly, and I'm hoping Ustav can do that. Is the motion, from what I understood it, was to remand the COSA back to the consultant, but with what direction?
The direction would be to revert the changes it made from the prior COSA with respect to cost shifting, specifically on page 106.
But when you say
overall
revert to
packet.
cost shifting, the COSTA is supposed to, the assumptions in the COSTA is what leads to the rate design, which leads to the cost shifting. So, but I mean, if there is your motion to do it by using the assumptions that were previously done, or is it to, I mean, because the way it sounds now, and I'll tell you, legally, you can't direct the outcome of a COSA study. You have to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. I think to me, it's the same consultant 5 years ago designed a COSA that was compliant with Proposition 26, which we've been working under. And then this COSA has proposed changing how it allocates certain charges And I'm saying we remand to reject those changes and revert back to the prior COSA, which was also compliant with Proposition 26.
Are there any seconds for this motion? Given that there are no seconds to the motion, I believe that the motion does not move forward, and therefore I would like to turn to Commissioner Phillips to reiterate the three options that the Finance Committee studied to bring forward to the Commission for further discussion.
Yes, actually, I think the subcommittee looked at two potential. One is the cap and trade reserve, which was presented as one of the options by the staff. The other was to do a transfer to the general fund of less than 18%. And not sure what the third one was.
Just the original rate.
Or the original rate.
Right. Do people have questions either for staff or the Finance Subcommittee on those three options? I have a question about the specific cap and trade reserve fund and its intended purpose, and the A, legality, and B, appropriateness of drawing down that reserve fund.
Sure, thank you for that question. So, yeah, that cap and trade, the revenue that comes from cap and trade is a result of free allowances that are allocated to the gas utility as a compliance entity under the cap and trade regulation that we are required to sell in the auction. Council did adopt a list of, so the state has its own restrictions on how that money can be spent. And then our city council also adopted a list of activities that are allowable to use that money on. We have not spent much of that money, and generally it's been kind of, our council has expressed a preference for using that money for greenhouse gas reduction activities, but it is legal to return it to the customers on a non-volumetric basis, which is exactly what PG&E does when every year PG&E customers get a climate credit. So we did, since we have never done that before, we ran it through legal again, just to verify that we are able to do that, and not only are able to do that, but are able to direct it to one customer class and not all customer classes. So we can, you can, council can direct money to just the residential customers who obviously would feel this rate change disproportionately to some of the other customers. And as long as that climate credit is distributed on a non-volumetric basis, that's all perfectly fine. And that is one of the uses of that money that council did approve.
May I ask one follow-up question, which is just, you've mentioned that not very much of this has been spent in the past. Can you give us a sense of both how much has been spent in the past and what the standing reserve amount is?
Sure, Lisa's going to pull that up.
And can you just, yeah, and then I have one last question.
Sure.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out which slide. Would this be, in adopting this for this year, would that imply that this is also a policy that we are inclined to continue adopting in the future, given that if we don't fully implement this cost of service study in this year's rates, we are still left with the same jump in rates for the G1 residential class in subsequent years?
Right. So the intent, we would adopt the full cost of service study this year, and then it would be in place until we did another cost of service study. Staff's proposed alternative is a 1-year credit that would be accompanied by a encouragement to electrify, which is, ultimately the goal that we're all trying to reach. It obviously is on the table in all future years if council decided to continue a climate credit or increase it or decrease it or whatever they wanted to do. That would certainly still be an option for council to consider. That's not the alternative we put on the table today. We're just addressing next year, but it doesn't preclude using that money in that same way in future years.
And are we likely to spend more than we are receiving in this year, such that it would not be a sustainable move in future years?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's a whole parallel discussion going on around climate action here in the city and council's goals, both to achieve 80 by 30 and keep rates as low as possible. There's a study session scheduled, I think it's now May 5th, for council to really dig into this choice that they have in front of them. And so it's not an infinite amount of money. It will run out at some point, but there's quite a bit in there right now, which Lisa's looking up.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I didn't include a slide on this, so I have to direct you to packet page 196, which has the table of all the reserve balances. And I think the question was, yeah, so if we go to row 52, you can see the ending reserve balance for the cap and trade reserve at the end of
7.7 million, approximately.
Oh, no, I lost it. Yes, that sounds right.
Or it's actually 5.8 million.
Struggling to show the year at the same time as showing.
No, I think it's
line.
5.8. Well, I guess we're in 26. So I guess at the end of 26, it would be 7 million. And right now it is 5.8, if I'm reading this correctly. And what do we expect to spend from this cap and trade reserve again?
It's reflected in the
Can I just get a number?
Oh, the climate credit, 1.6 million.
So we will be spending more than we will take in under the current proposal.
For this year, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I think it is important to note that obviously there is a reserve since we haven't spent everything that comes in on an annual basis. Your note of, is this sustainable, is a good one. And I think one we do need to be considering. Obviously, there's both the sustainability of that as a revenue source to help offset. There's also, as Carla alluded to, the competing priorities of our 80 by 30 goals. We can also look at this as an opportunity because single family homes are some of the ones that are more readily able to electrify. And so we can perhaps look at this as an opportunity to further incentivize folks to move in that direction, to avoid the obviously higher rate or cost.
Although we are not in any way using these as a policy.
Absolutely not. The COSA, as Carla had identified, is strictly based on the cost of doing the service and providing the service to customers. In this instance, it happens to be a chance where we might be able to further help our parallel, let me be clear, goals on the other front, given this customer class. Obviously multifamily and other types of customer classes are harder to move the needle on those. So, as we are thinking about opportunities, how to spend these cap and trade funds and how to deal with what the cost is of providing the service, I think these are some of those levers for the commission and council to be considering as they try to balance both rate affordability as well as our sustainability goals.
May I please correct the number that we were talking about briefly? I found a better place to look at it on its packet page 72. You can see the cap and trade reserve has 13.5 million at the end of fiscal year 24. That's the most recent balance, and then a projected balance of 16.9 million at the end of 25. And then the balance declines over time because we've reflected the climate action budget in here.
Can
It's
you repeat
line
that packet
34.
page? Thank you.
Sorry, if I can also add just for context, if you look at the uses of the cap and trade for investor-owned utilities, they receive about 98% of all the cap and trade for natural gas. Besides compliance, the lion's shares of the funds are used for residential climate credits. So just to put that in context of what we have, and in this 5-year plan horizon, we did program in for a long-term view for the council to consider a balance of the use of this monies for our really high SCAP goals, as well as looking at trying to help our customers given this larger increase for this first year. Again, the city council and the UIC could make recommendations to continue that credit if that is so recommended.
Is it appropriate? Can I? Okay, so in our subcommittee meeting, we did kind of ask what are other options. And I don't know if now is a fair time to open the discussion of the general fund, because I think it sounded like there were some complications with that proposal. Could you please speak to whether that is an appropriate place where you could get some funds to relieve customers? And I think we, at least I personally, did support the idea of trying to relieve customers for 1 year to get the price increase down to 9%. So I supported that, just looking for where to get the money.
So, I mean, as far as staff's proposal, we felt it was appropriate for us to include the general fund transfer that the council directed staff to plan for in last year's financial planning cycle. As far as UAC's prerogative to make a recommendation to council, we feel like that's well within your purview.
But I think there was a comment about whether you could use it for a single customer class, if I recall correctly. And I didn't know whether that was something that could be doable.
So I think that my recollection was we wanted to, well, I don't remember that discussion about the general fund transfer being, I mean, I think what the UAC was talking about was recommending something lower than 18% of gross revenues. And so that would, oh, okay, I'm remembering now. Right, that would apply to the full gas utility. I don't think there's an opportunity to target that to different customer classes.
I think that was the discussion.
Okay.
And so about 45% of that would go to the residential, looking at the way that the revenue allocation was. Given that, can we calculate what reduction in that would result in a 9%? I would also say part of my concern is the 22% assumes no increase in the price of natural gas, which is also, possible, but actually right now the natural gas forecast models are predicting some increases. Not that I put that much credence in it, but we're kind of saying best case scenario, we're going to hit you with a 22% increase. It could be more. So I mean, I kind of conflated 2 points, but I guess the question to me would be, can we do that calculation on, what reduction from the 18 million would result in a 9% increase, say, for the median consumer?
So we didn't look at that exactly, but we looked at what we had heard at the subcommittee, the idea of a 14.5% continuation from last year of the general fund transfer of 14.5%. And so we did look at those calculations, and found that that would be about a 4% reduction in the median residential bill. So 2 to 4%, depending on the usage across residential customers and also non-residential customers. But that is the percentage for the gas utility bill, not the overall bill.
Right. So I'm worried about the gas utility bill is what we're talking about here.
Okay.
But so we could be a little bit of Solomon-like and split the baby and actually give more than 14% to, I'm looking at you, I don't know why, to the transfer to the general fund, but still keep it well below 22%, say 9%. Is that what I'm hearing? We could go above the 14.5% that was transferred last year and still hit a 9% increase, say.
Sorry, I was saying that if you kept the general fund transfer at 14.5% instead of 18%, that could achieve approximately a 4% reduction. So instead of 22% for the median residential customer, it would be 18% for the median residential customer.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Chair Scharf?
Thank you. I just wanted to understand a little bit. Are we to take two votes? One on, shall we, use the cap and trade money? And then shall we I guess it would be re-suggest to council, because council already said no to our 14.5% and went with 18%. And so I guess my concern is that I know I would like to suggest that we use the cap and trade funds. I'm fine with also suggesting, lower than 18%, but I don't perceive that's going to have any effect on council because they've already said 18% is what they want. So I guess I was wondering if we're going to take two separate votes on this, or are we trying to say, are we going to basically come up with a package to get it below? And I thought that was a little confusing. And I also have no idea if council would be reopened to relooking at this. Ed may have some thoughts on that, but I know they didn't choose that the first time.
We've got all kinds of pain looking at the budget this year. And I don't want to use the word officially cuts, but we have to be very cautious in the budgeting. So looking at using part of this in something other than the general plan when it does something like affect utility rates, which is highly sensitive and puts, leaves money in the pocket of consumers, I think that would be on the table. I don't think that that's come up at all yet in the finance committee, but I think that will be on the table as one of the variables that they have to look at before it comes to council. Knowing that if we take that out, then the general fund goes down and there's something that has to be cut there. But that's sort of the whole tone, I think, of this year's budgeting cycle.
So I would definitely like to suggest to council that they use the cap and trade funds, because that should be a lot easier. And I think that might happen with the weight of the UAC behind it. So when the time is right, Chair, I would like to make a motion that we do that.
Thank you, Chair Scharf. Can we just, given that there was some initial confusion on our cap and trade reserves, can we just reiterate that our current cap and trade reserves are projected to be 13.7 million at the end of 26?
That's correct.
And they are currently at 16.9. But in 27, when we would come back, they would only be at 11. And that is because of, if I read here, projected qualifying cap and trade expenses.
Yes. The most recent recorded balance, I just want to clarify, is the end of fiscal year 24, which is the 13.5. So the other balances are projected.
I see.
Yeah.
I apologize. Okay. So, we expect to see about a $3.5 million increase in our cap and trade reserves this year as a result of state allocations, and we would be proposing to spend how much of that?
1.6 million.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. Now that the numbers are clear, Oh, that's okay. We're doing this on the fly. I would like to turn to two potential recommendations. One is to use the cap and trade funds to offset some of the increases to the G1 residential class. And Greg, do you want to move, or can I get a motion from the commission on that?
Yes, I'll move that. I would like to move that we use the cap and trade funds to give a one-time credit for, I forget the number in the thing, but basically the 1.6 million that we would spend to give a credit back to the G1 customers on their bills.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion.
I'd now like to open the floor for discussion on Chair Sharp's motion. Are there any?
Sure, I just have.
Please.
I have a quick comment.
Commissioner,
I'll
if
be
you could
voting.
kindly raise your hand in Zoom when you'd like to speak.
Sure.
That would help me just balance the order of speakers. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Would you like me to speak now, or should I?
Please go ahead, and then Commissioner Tucker.
Oh, great, thank you. I'll be voting no on this proposal. I just don't support the use of green funds to subsidize the use of fossil fuels. I know there's different ways to look at this, but that's the reason I'll be voting no on it.
Commissioner Tucker?
Maybe the answer was implicit in what Commissioner Gupta just said, but what is the downside of using these funds? Why not dip deeper into the funds for, could someone explain the downside?
I mean, I think the downside is what Commissioner Gupta just said, that those, council has generally expressed a desire to not give climate credits, as our surrounding communities who have PG&E as their energy provider does, but to use those funds for climate reduction activities. But we felt like this was a reasonable alternative to present to you all, given the rate increases that are on the table.
What are some of the uses of funds that we've found constructive in the past? What do we use these for or hope to?
Primarily electrification. Yeah.
So this might fund things like heat pump subsidies and that sort of thing.
Correct.
Thank you. Now I get it.
Just a clarification on the motion. Is the motion to accept the recommendation and the level that was being proposed? Is that part of the motion, Chair Sharp?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I think I want to also say that it's important that what staff said was that these funds have been accruing in here. We have a climate action plan. We are drawing down on those funds already for that. We are not using all of them, and that we are raising rates really highly at this point of view. And at the same time, we're taking a bunch of money and giving it to the general fund. And therefore, I think that, we could also take money from the general fund and use it for our climate action plan as well later down the road if we feel that that is useful. At this time, we have an overabundance of those funds and we're not using them. And we are not only just taking money from the gas fund to give to the general fund, rates are going really high. I mean, it's a really huge increase. And I think we should mitigate that.
Commissioner Kraft?
I just wanted to add my commentary after struggling with this in the finance subcommittee. I don't like it, but I also don't like, I feel like $45 per month extra, which would be the 11% residential increase if we don't do this. That cost is just striking to me. $540 a year excess over and above what you paid last year for your utility. So while I don't like it, I don't agree with, in principle, taking money from cap and trade for this. I do think that it's important to mitigate the increase. And this will be hitting everybody the following year. So it is a temporary measure, and I hope we won't have to do it again, but I will be supporting it.
Is it 11% or is it 22/13?
What we're trying to do with the recommendation is to keep the overall increase in rates through all the utilities to less than 10%, because it's 11% or $45 a month for the median without this.
But gas is 22 or potentially 13, isn't that right?
Are there any other questions or comments on this motion? And if not, I would like to call the vote. Okay, could you call the vote?
Commissioner Gupta,
No.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
6-1.
sorry.
6-1. Okay, so we have made that recommendation. Are there any other questions or comments that the commission has before I ask for a motion to adopt the rates as presented by staff in the staff report? Do we want to, i.e., do we want to discuss any changes to general fund expenditures in addition to climate reserve expenditures?
Yes.
That was my question also, whether that's on the table.
Great. So Commissioner Gupta.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. Yes, I think it'd be great to take that as a vote for that recommendation as well, and I so move to do that.
Commissioner Phil. Metz, I'm sorry.
Do we have a specific number that is moved for this?
Not yet. First, are there questions on use of the general fund? And if so, then I think I would love a motion on a specific number that we would propose.
Okay.
I will ask the question. Could someone remind us the proposal last year to reduce to 14 point something and how we arrived at that number?
Yes, last year the number was 14.5%, and we were looking at the way the revenues had increased substantially due to the price spike in 2 years prior in 2023. And yeah, so we looked last year at how much we expected the normal revenue to be under normal conditions and arrived at the 14.5% through more of a smoothing effect. And then, yeah, that's how we came up with the 14.5% that we presented to the council.
Which council subsequently rejected?
No,
or adopted.
The final transfer for fiscal year 25, the council adopted the 14.5% to show sort of that smoothing effect. And then the council directed that in the future, we would go back to the 18% because we didn't have that anomalous price spike any longer.
Could you remind 14% of revenue or what was
Of gross revenue.
Yeah.
gross gas revenue?
Yes. My recollection is that staff had recommended a more gradual ramp to the full 18% and that council did not adopt staff's recommendation. We were all in agreement on the 14.5, but council wanted to get to the 18% faster than the staff recommendation. So that's why we're at 18% now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions related to use of general funds or use of the gas utility in related to the gas transfer?
Well, it's a general question. I don't suspect there's an easy answer, but there's obviously some strong opposition in the community to the whole concept, the structure in general. And I suppose the only relevant question is do we have a good answer or defense? And this is maybe more a question for council than anyone else, but how do you answer taxpayers who are angry at what they call hidden tax? And is this something that we're accustomed to defending?
Well, I mean, the taxpayers voted for it. So there was an explicit vote. I mean, I personally opposed it and still probably on general principle would oppose it, but you know, the people have spoken, they said
Measure L, I
up
think
to
it is.
18%, you know, so if somebody asked me, I'd say, there's the vote. I mean,
Right. I think that's a good answer. Okay.
Commissioner Gupta?
Yeah, I think that's a valid question on the shift, the general fund transfer, because as we saw in the discussion with the COSA, now G1 residences are going to be having greater increases in our cost allocation, and so are paying greater rates now. So if the vote were taken today on this 18% lever for council, maybe that would have been different. So I do think it's great. It would be useful to recommend to council something lower than the full 18%, particularly given the high increase in gas prices for residences.
So are you moving that? And if so, can you move a specific percentage reduction in that gas transfer?
Sure, I think it's reasonable to suggest maintaining the 14.5% from last year. I don't know if other commissioners have different opinions on that, but maybe that could be a reasonable proposal. So I'll make the motion that way, but we can amend to a different number.
Yeah, I had a question pertinent to that, which is what does 1% of the payout equate to in terms of percent of increase in gas rate? Just seems like that's the main question we need to figure out.
for residential.
Well, oh, for residential.
Right, a
I know that
decrease in the payout would be.
This one, unlike the cap and trade, this applies to both residential and commercial. So I'm not that interested in reducing commercial rates over where they are going to go with COSA, given that they're basically going down. And, you know, in fact, just to kind of maybe show my cards, I probably won't support a reduction, given that we've done the cap and trade, which is targeted at residential. You know, given the directions we've heard from council, you know, I probably will, you know, not support it, although in general and kind of in principle, I'm against the tax on gas to support the general fund, but that's
So you would
neither here nor
not
there.
support a reduction in something that you oppose?
What's that?
You would not support a reduction in something you oppose?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Chair Sharp?
I guess I've been struggling with this a lot. I strongly was disappointed that the council did not follow what we'd recommended. I will say that. But I sort of felt that council spoke on that, and I sort of would associate my comments with Commissioner Phillips. I think if the action we took is solving the problem, and, you know, council in their, and, you know, a council may not be wrong on this. I mean, I'm looking at the gas utility and I'm looking at some, you know, sense of it all. I mean, I've heard Mayor Lowing say, we have a lot of issues we need to deal with. And given that, I would probably defer, because I'm not looking at the whole picture. I would probably defer to Mayor Lowing on that and the rest of council. And I'm comfortable that if council uses the cap and trade funds, they have dealt with the issue. So I would not support the motion.
I don't think there's a motion yet, so we, if anyone wants to bring the motion, they can. And then we could have additional discussion. I'm just trying to follow what I think are approximate Robert's rules. Commissioner Gupta?
Sure, just to put a pin on it so we can vote it up or down, I'll make the motion to recommend to council that we keep the general fund transfer to 14.5%. I support the motion because I think the cap and trade allocation that UAC is recommending is just a one-time allocation, so it won't avoid these issues in the coming years. Whereas if we can hold to 14.5% on a general fund transfer, that might help with gas rates longer term.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Okay, now we can open for discussion. Would anyone like to comment on this motion?
I can comment. In general, I don't support subsidizing gas. I mean, as a city and with our SCAP goals, we really want people to move away from gas. So it may sound like I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth. In general, I don't support subsidizing gas. I only support the cap and trade reserve used for this purpose, just to decrease hardship, literally because the jump is so high in 1 year. But I think that going forward, we should accept the costs, and perhaps it will incentivize people to electrify like we want them to. I was disappointed that the fixed cost is going up and the usage cost is not. Just because I was hoping, it'd be nice if the usage charge would incentivize people to decrease their gas use. Instead, I think maybe a high usage charge will eventually incentivize people to discontinue gas altogether. But I do think that taking from the general fund transfer in order to subsidize gas is in general not something I support.
I guess I'd want to clarify that it's not a subsidy. It's a reduced tax. I mean, there's no subsidy involved. The cap and trade is subsidizing.
Are there any other comments on this motion? I will just say, I think that personally, we have adequately addressed the rate increases for this year, that the motion to reduce the transfer, in fact, further reduces the bills for some customer classes, and it handicaps our ability to use this transfer argument next year if we wanted to further smooth rates going forward. So I will not be voting for this, but certainly will suggest that we now move to that vote so that we can continue on with our agenda.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
No.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
No.
Commissioner Croft,
No.
Commissioner Phillips,
It's a moment of tension. No.
motion did not carry 3-4.
I think that is the most split vote we have ever had on my tenure in a UAC. How exciting. Okay, on that note, we need to vote to actually recommend to council that we adopt the modified or version 2 of the staff's recommendation approving this FY 2026 gas utility. And so I'm looking for a motion from the commission on that.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Can we call, or are there any additional comments or discussion points? Okay, can we get a vote?
Commissioner Gupta,
No.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
I'm going to abstain.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
motion carried 5-2.
Okay, we are still on schedule. I am going to propose that we take a 8-minute break and reconvene at 8 o'clock and move on with the rest of our agenda. I hope not.
I'd like to hold the floor.
Great. Okay, so we are now moving on to packet item 4. Thank you. And we'll turn it over to staff for the, oh man. I'm not going to read the full, oh, here it is. Okay, great. I went back. I'm going to turn it over to staff for the presentation, and then I will read off the entire agenda item when we ask for public comment. That's my.
Okay, Lisa Belier again, talking about the electric utility rate proposals. And I want to also mention that we have Jim Stack, who is a senior resource planner working on the electric utility, on the line in case there are questions. And Catherine is also going to make some remarks when we get to the outreach and communication slide. In the electric utility, the proposal is a 5.1 overall rate increase in 2026. And this is made up of an 11% increase in distribution rates combined with a 1% increase in supply. And a healthy financial status is critically important in the electric utility as the utility considers doing large projects and debt financing for grid modernization over the next several years. This will ensure the most economical financing costs will be able to be achieved. Some of the drivers for this rate increase are the significant investment in grid modernization. Those are going to be funded through revenues and bond financing, with the first bond issuance in fiscal year 26. The reserves in the electric utility are recovering from a drawdown during the last couple of years in 2020 through 2022. And although in the current year, the power supply costs are lower than the budget, in the longer term, the transmission costs and renewable energy targets are rising. Resource adequacy requirements are tightening, and resource adequacy costs are expected to increase while resource adequacy sales revenue decreases. When we came to you with our preliminary rate projections in December of 2024, since that time, we made some updates to the proposal. We went through all of our costs and revenues and updated the projections, and some notable items are we included a new laydown yard for grid modernization and replacement of electric generators. We also did increase the general fund transfer estimate to reflect the grid modernization asset value. And that is because as we do grid modernization and the asset values increase, that is an input into the formula for calculating the general fund transfer. So the general fund transfer will increase as well. We also are reflecting the climate action budget in the reserves and updated the supply forecast. So some of those, I want to draw your attention to the table that we did not increase the projected number for fiscal year 26, but in the outer years, we're looking at potentially higher increases in 2027 through 2030 between 6 and 8% per year. And we'll continue to refine those every year. This is the electric bill comparison with PG&E and Santa Clara, and you can see that Palo Alto's rates are lower than PG&E, between 51% on average, and higher than Santa Clara, about 22% higher on average for residential customers. This is the cost and revenue projection chart for the electric utility. I just want to, there's a few large fluctuations in this chart. I want to briefly run through those. There's a 35% increase reflected in 2023. This was because of the activation of the hydroelectric rate adjuster at that time. And then the subsequent year, the deactivation of the hydroelectric rate adjuster simultaneous with increasing the base rates. So the net of that was a reduction of 5%. And then last year in the electric utility, there was a cost of service study. So that's why you can see different percentages listed above the bar for 2025. And then for 2026, I just wanted to mention, we're not stopping CIP. We're just struggling to find a good way to present a chart And so we're working to refine that. But what's going on here is that we're beginning the grid modernization projects. And we went to the council with a resolution to repay funds that are spent by the electric utility. And so that's what's being reflected in fiscal year 26 is really that bond financing that's expected in 2026. This is the operations reserve this is the supply operations reserve. Wanted to point out that there was a successful litigation against the Bureau of Reclamation, and that's why there is a large 24 million increase in 2023. And you'll see in the next chart that there was a low distribution operations reserve in 2023. We didn't complete a transfer at the end of that year, but when you look at the two reserves together, it's within the guideline range. This is the bill impact of the proposal. You can see that it's not 5% across the 5.1% across the board. It's close to 5.1%, but it does vary depending on usage. We do have a monthly service charge, and that's why there's a slightly higher percent for some of the lowest usage customers. I'd like to ask Catherine to make a few comments about the communication and outreach portion.
Good evening once again, Catherine Elbert, Utilities Communications Manager. Thank you, Lisa. Once again, with all of our utility rate changes, our primary objective of our communications strategy is to ensure transparency, foster understanding about the reason behind the rate increases, engage with our stakeholders, address concerns, and encourage public participation in the decision-making processes. And then our primary goal is to manage these utility services to ensure that we continue the safety, reliability, environmental sustainability, and cost-effective operation of what we do have to deliver. Our key messages are very similar to what we discussed with the gas utility in communicating the need for the rate increases being the driver for infrastructure replacement, system maintenance, regulatory compliance, and maintaining adequate financial reserves. And our target audit with our target audiences, we were trying to reach people in a variety of ways through digital communications, direct mail, also through the public engagement process, such as this meeting, and also engaging with local media. And as Lisa pointed out, even though electric rates may be increasing, we still remain competitive with other utilities. In fact, PG&E and community choice aggregation utilities are a good comparator. And also when you look at the monthly bill impact for the average residential customer, our monthly bill still remains lower than that of neighboring cities. We will, of course, want to communicate what the city is doing to keep costs low for ratepayers and the services that we can offer our utility customers to keep their utility bill costs low. And the benefits of the investment in the electric utility, of course, are the really great things we're doing for the electric grid modernization to upgrade, enhance reliability, capacity, and resiliency of our electric utility, and also driving our sustainability and climate action needs as we are making the switch from fossil fuels to the clean electric utility. Thank you.
Thank you.
You sit down, sorry to interrupt the flow. This question pertains actually as much to gas an hour ago as it does here, but you've listed 4 outreach strategies. I'm curious if you could comment on which ones are most important, which ones are most effective, where are you putting most of your efforts? What's going to really make the difference in selling the concept of a huge rate increase in gas? And then, of course, we've talked before, you mentioned grid mod, that's more in the future. But talk a little bit, please, about these 4 outreach strategies and the ones that are most important.
Sure, that's a good question. We recognize that people receive and process information through a variety of different ways. And so we will utilize a variety of different communication channels to try to reach people where they are. So of course, we have information online. We have digital forms of communication, reaching out to people using email newsletters, social media, Nextdoor, community message boards, but also through direct mail outreach. So such as through utility bill inserts, and also engaging with people at community outreach events, encouraging engagement through the public solicitation process, and also providing a way for customers to communicate with us on a 2-way system. So a direct email inbox, for example, if somebody has questions, they can reach out to us and staff can respond. We are also equipping our customer service center staff with frequently asked questions so they can address customers' concerns. And we have a whole variety of staff here who are ready to quickly answer any questions.
But that just says they're all important. I mean, are there any strategic, which ones are most leveraged? Which ones are you most concerned about, or maybe which ones might be most effective in total? I mean, traditionally, the answer is pretty obvious, and that's point number 4, local media engagement, getting people to write, in our local press. But I'm biased, and there may be more effective means. I'd like just a little more sense of what you think's really going to make a difference.
I think you hit the nail on the head that engagement with the local media is very effective because many people do read the local press. And so our goal is to engage with our media representatives and speak with them.
What's a media representative? I don't get
So for example, our reporters, we have a relationship with the local media reporters and reach out to them and offer some information so that we can be proactive in our outreach and we can help to tell the story rather than reactive. And again, just underscoring the reason for these rate increases and the benefits to our customers. With everything that we're doing for our infrastructure upgrades, this really is a great investment in our community. And it's really targeted to help achieve local goals that are set by city council. And of course, the benefit of having a municipal utility is that our customers are our owners. The ratepayers are able to come to a public meeting and they're able to voice their opinion and influence decisions. They also vote for their city council members. So there is some local control over policies and programs and decisions such as rate changes.
Great. In future meetings, I for one would be very curious to hear how you find the response from local media and what goals or frustrations we might have, what we could do better. And I'd also be curious on your views on how digital communications are effective, which ones are good, why, what we want to do more of, but we'll save that for future.
Okay. Are there other questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Phillips?
I could give you the finance subcommittee.
Yes.
View.
If we have no other questions, thank you. If we have no other questions, could we please turn to the report from the finance subcommittee? Commissioner Phillips.
This was a much less extensive discussion, I'd say, than we had over gas. The forecasts which you now present have been revised slightly upward, but they're pretty flat. And includes increasing EVs and electrification, but not new housing from the housing elements. There's a high forecast, which is much higher, that has data center, aggressive data center estimates. Overall, we were unanimous in thinking that the rate proposal, a 5.1% increase, seems reasonable.
Thank you very much for that.
Questions?
Yes.
Are you saying that you looked at several different growth forecast scenarios?
We did not, the staff did.
They presented to you though?
Yes.
Oh. Have we seen those in prior meetings or prior presentations?
They're actually in the packet.
Oh, they're in the packet.
The ones we reviewed were on, sorry, I just have the sections. I don't have the packet page. It's page 9 of 97 of the electric rate packet. It's the chart where you have the red line, which is forecast, and you have a orange pie,
Yeah.
So basically, the red line is what we're using for rates, but the orange high line is a possible much larger volume of electricity, which could cause rates to go down. So.
And that's packet page 123.
Thank you. There it is.
Commissioner
And if I might just add,
Sharing the chart in case it helps.
Commissioner Metz and then Commissioner Gupta.
Yeah, I had some questions about that topic, the upside, which is how real do we think that is? What do we think the impact would be and what are we doing about it? Specifically, I think packet page 123 says there's a reservation for 60 gigawatt hours, which would per year increase. which is about more than 6% of our total, which, you know, it seems, so what would that do to our grid? What would it do to our finances? What's the load profile of that energy? You know, all the basic questions. And if we do hit the high forecast in the orange pie slice here, what happens to our rates? What happens to stability? Can we meet our RPS targets? You know, all the obvious questions. You know, is this stuff real, and what do we do about it?
So those are good questions and not addressed in this financial forecast. You know, we're in the process of doing more work and looking at dramatic load growth possibilities and what both the financial impacts of that would be and what the physical impacts of that would be for this financial forecast. We are using a relatively conservative load growth scenario so that we are confident that we recover our revenue requirement and are not depending on load that has not shown up yet.
That's what I'm trying to ask about. It's not obvious to me that the impact of a much bigger growth is benign financially. That's what I'm trying to understand. It sounds like you're implicitly saying that it would be.
Or at least could you provide some indication about the direction of growth, the direction of how growth would impact rates, the direction of rates?
Yeah, and I think that, thank you for that question. And I don't think it's a simple answer. You know, growth at up to some point probably has a positive impact or, you know, lowers rates. And then there is probably some tipping point somewhere where it doesn't. And we don't know where that is exactly. And we're looking at those scenarios more closely, but that's not included in this financial forecast.
Okay, Commissioner Gupta?
Yeah, just 2 comments on the graph. I agree with, you know, not having to be too concerned with the high part of the graph. I think as we discussed in the subcommittee, who knows which direction AI will go. It's the current hype. It could be underhyped. It could be overhyped. So I think it's fair to stay the course on thinking through capacity. So I'm personally not as concerned about the high part of the chart. I think this is something we'll continue to study and look at in the coming years. You know, particularly if there is increasing interest in opening up data centers in the city. And the second point is I understood from the budget subcommittee meeting that this chart does not include the growth from the housing element, but I don't think that's going to be an issue either in terms of our capacity. As Commissioner Metz points out, we have a capacity reservation that I think would more than handle the housing element.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Phillips?
I was going to move the staff recommendation.
Do I have a second?
I'll
Seconded.
Great. Can we, is there any discussion on the motion? If not, can we please call the vote?
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Yes. Vice
Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
motion carried 7-0.
That's more like it.
Okay. Now we are turning to item number 5, which is the review and recommendation. I forgot to ask for public comment on that last agenda item. Do we need to verify that?
Ask for it now.
Okay. Is there any public comment on agenda item number 4?
If anyone from the public would like to speak on item 4, please raise your hand or dial number 9 on your phone, star 9 on your phone.
many people are on Zoom?
No hands raised.
Okay, thank
So I
you.
would just like to say for the record that if there had been public comment, we would have re-voted.
Revoted. We would have revoted because of my error.
Right. But there wasn't any public comment, so there's no need to revote.
Great. Now we will move on to packet item number 5, which is the review and recommendation of the Utility Advisory Commission's FY 2025-26 work plan for City Council approval. Does staff, this item is really important, and I want to just start off by recognizing the tremendous effort and careful thought that went into the 14 recommendations that were provided by the commission. It's clear that commission has several items that they really want to make sure that are get agendized in the coming year, and I think that that demonstrates both a commitment to and kind of appreciation for the importance of our contributions. So I'm really grateful for people's thoughtful suggestions. I thought that many of them were very very detailed in a way that will certainly inform staff's preparation for our discussion of those items, and also help to bring greater clarity and kind of transparency to what we'd like to discuss under some of these broad categories of the 5 utilities. So I just want to thank the commission again for that careful preparation. I also understand that many of the commissioners are at least somewhat new to this work plan concept. And I guess there are, as we discussed in the last meeting, several different ways that one might approach the work plan. In the past, this particular commission has addressed the work plan fairly loosely by grouping several items under each of the 5 utilities, and then also covering items like emergency preparedness or resilience. We have a choice tonight whether we'd like to continue what I would call a looser adoption of the work plan's importance in agenda setting versus a more focused and kind of preeminent role for the work plan in agenda setting. That said, I'd like to emphasize that these are in fact 2 different processes. There is a work plan and there's also the agenda setting process. And it's important in our discussion to not conflate the 2. So I think that with that small introduction, my read of this is that we have a couple of options. One option would be to go through each of the proposed work plan agenda items. I should say, first start by approving the kind of standing work plan that we reflects the obligations and roles and responsibilities of this commission, and then turning individually to each of the 14 proposed items that the commission provided that would augment the work plan. The second option that we have is that Commissioner Croft kindly prepared an alternative language to some of the standing topics and modified the description of those standing topics in such a way that they would mostly, not entirely, but mostly, with the exception of, I believe, 4, subsume the work plan, the proposed topics of the work plan under the existing standing topics. That does not mean that they would not be agendized, but that they would not appear separately in the work plan. Staff prepared for option number one, which was to approve all standing topics and then turn to each item individually. But we have a choice as a commission into which tact we would like to take. Does anyone have any thoughts or comments on those two options? Commissioner Gupta.
Sure. Under Commissioner Croft's proposal, which 4 work plans would not be included?
I will tell you in one moment. Commissioner Croft and I just worked on this during the break, and so I just need to turn back to that packet page, which I believe is, I didn't lose it.
Would you like me to,
If you
I have
can
the list through here.
Perfect.
The ones that were not specifically added to each item were universal access, which I think we should discuss, regional collaboration on water supply, the credit card fees, which we thought was just likely a one-off topic that could be addressed elsewhere. And I think federal issues was the other one because we thought it was already included. So I believe those are the 4.
Yes, it's work plan topics number 3, 4, 5, and 7.
Could Commissioner Cross speak to what she believes the advantage of doing this over what the staff has proposed would be?
And what is the proposal that we do with these? I didn't understand that.
The proposal would be to modify the language of the standing topics as opposed to adopting a subset or all of the 14 proposed topics that were submitted by commissioners.
I can give a little background about why I took the approach I did. When I was new to the commission, I think the very first meeting I attended was to create a work plan. And I came all prepared with things that we should put on the work plan. And basically the more tenured commissioners said, you know, the work plan is broad. The city council will look at it. And like, for example, you know, the electric supply item is probably 10 words long, right? But we know we talk about a lot more things there. And they basically said it's not really necessary to outline this in a lot of detail because it's not a working, you know, live document. So with that guidance, I thought, well, I see all of these new things that we're trying to put on. And I thought, well, reading staff's comments, these are really subsumed within the items that are all already on the work plan. So my suggestion was to just specify a little bit more that the existing topics include the items that were of interest to those of us who put in suggestions. And that would result in those specific topics being called out. The SCAP item had a lot more detail on the existing work plan, and why can't the others have more detail to satisfy our wishes? That was my thinking.
Commissioner Gupta and then Chair Scharf.
Yeah, I think that's an efficient approach, as long as there's no later argument that somehow a work plan that has been proposed here isn't subsumed outside of those 4 exceptions. But otherwise, I think that's a very clean, efficient approach, and sounds good to me. Pending review of the language that's proposed.
Commissioner Scharf.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Croft for putting this together. I think it makes it much cleaner and much easier than we just deal with the 4 items tonight. And then we either approve them or we don't, and then we vote on the plan. I think that makes it very manageable.
Great. So what I would like to do, are there other comments?
Yes. Does staff have an opinion on this?
Excuse me. I can see both approaches that the commission has identified. I understand where Commissioner Croft, frankly, your experience was in the past. And in my very short time sitting with this commission, I've also watched the commission struggle with agendas, items, feeling satisfied with the preparation of staff on items, and feeling like there's misalignment between the two. And so understanding and seeing kind of all of those angles, I'm not quite sure the best approach. However, I do think there is a high likelihood for conflict if we take the high level approach later on in the year when some of these items are likely, frankly, not gotten to, or in the manner in which they are discussed is not in alignment with what the commissioners envisioned. Now, I'm not recommending we go through necessarily a line-by-line list, but there are some serious projects on the list of 14 outside of the 4 that you all just identified as exceptions that will require a significant amount of resources and a turning of attention to. And they are not in line with current direction from council. And those, I think, beg questions on whether or not we want to divert resources in those areas. And ultimately, that is a council decision. And so I am concerned that we may find that there is this tension in the coming 12 months because people are all going to walk away thinking, great, we're going to have extensive discussions about all of these 10 additional items. And I don't frankly think, I know we don't have the bandwidth in the next 12 months to do that. We are a department in transition, and that as much as we are continuing business to support the operations of the utility, that does come with constraints in terms of new projects that we are able to take on. So it's the reality of where we're at. That's what any transition happens, and as well as where the council's at, right, in terms of the priorities that they've set.
Could you give an example?
Sure. Couple ones that would be new. Let's see. Item 2, purple pipe, would be a brand, we've done that, and that would be a new initiative to reinstate work on that. We don't have staff currently dedicated to data center competitiveness. So that would be something new to adjust our attention. There are more if you want.
The proposed list that Commissioner Croft, or modifications to work plan items that Commissioner Croft has submitted for our consideration have not actually been previewed by several of the commission members. I think only 3 of us have seen it. And so I'm wondering if we might show that right now, while also, or at least have that in the backdrop while we go through the agenda or the proposed topic items. And if there's general consensus that we would like to move forward with a modification of the existing standing topics rather than the addition of many new topics, then we can use the proposed topic list as an opportunity to discuss what we would like to actually agendize in the future, and what what simply staff doesn't have capacity to handle, what is a work plan that's maybe not aligned with the recommended direction of the utility itself, and what we don't have time for in this year. Is that a fair approach, everyone?
Would be helpful to see the list and
absolutely
with the list up front, have a statement of what we propose to do with this list.
So this list that Commissioner Croft prepared is simply a modification of our existing standing topics. Modifications have been noted in red, and then Commissioner Croft and I have noted in brackets where we believe we are addressing some of the items that were submitted as proposed topics. I still think we need to go through each of these proposed topics so that we make sure that we address all of them as a commission. But you can see how they end up getting represented here on the screen.
May I? Oh.
I really don't understand this now because the topics that show here, like under gas supply, it has a box with the number 1 in it. What does that represent?
Number 1, if we turn to the table on packet number 226, directs us toward long-term strategy for CPAU's natural gas utility.
Okay, so that's not one of the new topics that you listed.
I think it means it checks it off.
It checks, it covered, this revision would cover, this revision to the standing topic would cover the proposed new topic.
Right, okay, I understand. I disagree, but I understand.
Okay, that's absolutely fine.
Can I ask a big picture question?
Please.
Just since I think it was very helpful to hear that commentary that certain items on our list, simply, we don't have bandwidth for them. So I kind of go back to the purpose of the work plan. So some of the items on here are just so broad. So I apologize. Some of my strike throughs didn't show, and it goes green, white, green, white, green, white by topic based on what I just copy pasted out of the tables. So I apologize for how hard it is to read. But for example, the gas supply item said in the past, the current work plan says, consider aspects of the gas supply portfolio and issues relating thereto. It's extremely, oh yeah, you can see it, sorry, on the screens here, just not on the projection. So it's just so broad. Of course, that doesn't really direct staff on what to bring to us, I think. And so I guess we are trying to get a little bit more granular. And can you just tell us how you use the work plan and how this affects your decisions on what you bring to us?
The work plan helps guide the resource allocations as well as the items that are brought forward to the UAC outside of, well, not even outside of, including routinized items. Obviously, there's a lot of items that come to this body that are part of our annual normal cadence course of business. And so the work plan is intended to identify those. The work plan is also intended to identify areas that council has asked the UAC for further guidance on or advisory work. You know, oftentimes the council will say, hey, send this to XYZ Commission for further vetting on some of their priorities. And so it really is ultimately intended to reflect the body of work, both the routinized as well as something that might be an anomaly for a certain year. I think the commission is on a positive path in the sense of these are broad topics, and I think many of the current 14 proposals can be just further clarified in the language. And I think that is sufficient as it is part of our normal course of business or within current council priorities. I think the tension is really only in those areas where that is not a true statement, and it would be a new initiative.
Chair Scharf.
Yeah, I guess I was going to talk on things like 3 items back. So I guess what we're saying here, I guess I wanted to understand what staff wanted to do. Did you want to take these items then one at a time, and staff would tell us, look, we don't have time for this, or we're probably not going to be able to get to it, and we could choose 3 things to add to the work plan instead of 14 because staff has limited resources? I mean, what is the staff suggestion of how we get to do this then?
So I think, and when the staff looked at these 14 items, we were trying to describe what items were included already as a standing topic, and then try to bifurcate that with the items that were new. As Assistant City Manager Nozay has mentioned, some of these are not ripe, in terms of 1-year work plan. I will call out the microplastics and PFAS, right? So those are evolving. Testing protocols and sampling is done by the state. While that is an area of interest for the state, it's not something that we can address in this 1-year work plan. So by putting these in different buckets, we did want to call that out as something that, as staff, we have information on that where it might not be a best item for this year, but maybe in future years. So it's really up to kind of the UAC and in terms of where you want to have some focus in some areas. For new items that would be added to the work plan, as noted in the agenda report, we would have to get some approval from City Council for new items prior to doing work. There are a significant amount of items here already that are in the existing work plan, so we could work on those. But really getting some clarity on items and issues that we're already addressing, and having a deeper dive into some of these new items and saying, is that the priority item for this year?
You're not answering my question. It's not your fault. But my question is this. We have 14 items here. Staff just said, you can't do these items. So do you want us to take a vote on each one, and where staff then says, we will not be able to get to feasibility of Purple Pipe, so we don't recommend that you put this in the work plan. And then we vote to either follow the staff recommendation or we don't. Want to do it one by one like that? Or are you suggesting that you say staff probably has feasibility to do these 3 things, and we could take a vote and say we're not going to do the other ones and staff says which ones we not? I just really want to know how you want to get through this. Is it a vote on each individual item with a staff recommendation? Or is there a simpler way to do this so we don't have 14 votes? And maybe we just have to have 14 votes. That's really what I'm asking staff for, is how do we get through this?
Sure. I think, Chair, and I'll go out on a limb, I think what staff can do is identify a list that we have concerns with. And if the commission can focus on those, the rest of them, I think, as long as the commission is comfortable, we can edit the work plan similar to how Commissioner Croft and Motter have done here to make sure that the language is included to cover. I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that cause us pause. And so if we were to focus our attention on those 5.
Okay, can we take, I'm willing the chair deal with it, but I'd like to see us then is take each of those 5 one at a time and decide whether or not we're going to put them in.
Great. Chair, why don't I list them for you?
I strongly agree, and I have no objection to going through. I want to make sure that we go through all of them so that we understand where they would be addressed in the revised language. But if we want to go out of order, that is absolutely fine. And we can start with the first 5 that we would want to, that staff is suggesting that we do not include in revised language. And then we'll go back in order and revise language to standing topics or determine that we need a separate topic.
Great. So why don't I give you the list, and while we are going through perhaps the 5, I will also ask perhaps some staff to peel off and work on placement of the ones we're not talking about.
That's fine. So you'd be revising Commissioner Croft's, yeah, that's
We'll
fine.
do the cross-reference,
Okay,
basically.
that's great.
Okay, so the ones I think we should talk about are 2, 3, 8, 9, and 12.
Okay. So we're going to go one at a time. And item number 2, what I would like, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on agenda item number 5? And my sincere apologies. Second time here.
If anyone from the public would like to speak on item 5, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your phone. No hands raised. We have an in-person comment.
Yeah, I did sit through like 3 hours of the last meeting and then it got pushed to this meeting. So you can understand why I was feeling a little anxious. As you look at the work plan for 2025, I want to stress 2 areas I hope you provide strong oversight for this year. First is the fact our city has a single point of geographic failure that could result in our electrical grid having an outage that could last months. Stanford has the same issue, so partnering would be ideal, although there are other alternatives as well. The second item is residential fiber, which I'll go into a little bit more detail on. Unlike all the other utility services, the city does not have a monopoly on fiber. Back in 2022, the consultants found over half the city already had access to at least one fiber provider. Today, AT&T Fiber is offered to 71% of the city's residents, according to bestneighborhood.org. That's in addition to Comcast service, which currently offers 1.2 to 2 gig downstream for $80 a month throughout most of the city and cheaper for lower speeds. The city analysis was that they need an absolute minimum of 27% of all homes to adopt their fiber service to break even. This is going to be extremely hard given that AT&T Fiber now covers 71% of the city and is expanding. Residential fiber has been a money loser for the majority of cities in the United States that have tried to offer it. When utilities have had to sell off their money-losing fiber assets, it's typically been at a dramatic loss, and they are left to pay off their bond obligation from the general fund at the expense of other city services. Please read the University of Pennsylvania Municipal Fiber in the United States, a financial assessment by Christopher Yu, which studies every municipal project from 2010 to 2019 that published their financials and found 87% were not on track to achieve long-term solvency. Also, as a personal disclaimer, I have AT&T Fiber and love it, and I also own AT&T stock, although it's a small percentage of my portfolio. Your careful oversight is needed both for removing single geographic point of failure from our city's electric grid and ensuring we do not end up in a financial train wreck with city residential fiber like many other municipalities have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that public comment. Are there any other public comments? Okay. Now I would like to go through the topics let's start with topic number 2, because that was the 5 topics of concern. I would like to give each of the commissioners who proposed the topics an opportunity to respond to staff's kind of comments first, and then the rest of the commission can ask questions or weigh in. Okay? If you do not want to disclose that you submitted that is fine, but I think we would then just move to vote that up or down. Okay?
Point of order, are we going to vote on each of the, is there going to talk about it and we're going to vote up or down on each one, or is there a different process here?
I believe that we need to vote the whole work plan, but I am going to suggest that we vote each item so that there's, if not consensus, then at least a judgment.
Yeah, I guess I have one concern on just voting on each as they come. I almost would like to hear about them since we might have the opportunity to choose between a few. So
that's fine.
Should we hear about them
Sure,
first?
we can hear about them first, and then we can, I just worry that.
So can I just, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, please, Chair Sharp.
I think staff has said they have issues of concern on them. I think what we should do here is staff should address each item first. Whoever put it on there should respond to what staff has to say. We can vote, we should then vote up or down. At the end of our voting up or down, staff can then tell us, we don't support this, or we're not going to have bandwidth to do that. But I don't see staff saying, because I asked that question, yeah, you can choose 3 of these, or you can choose 1 of these, or, I didn't see staff telling us this. So I'll give staff one more opportunity to say this, but I've heard staff say they don't have time for these items. But staff, respond if I'm saying it wrong.
No, I think you're correct, Chair. The one thing I think I would offer is on item 12, the Stanford Interconnect, if the commission was amenable to expanding that to not be so specific to Stanford, but rather talk about the prioritization and discussing a second transmission corridor, then that's already part of staff's work plan. And I think that is, can sail on through. But if ultimately the commission is truly interested in us specifically exploring a Stanford interconnect, I think that's where the specificity and that specific partnership is where we are concerned, given the recent transition.
Okay, so it's a great example. I also want to make sure that as we're having these discussions, that the list is still projected, because I think that one of the things that Rachel have helped us do is to generalize some of these very specific recommendations. For instance, microplastics and PFAS became water quality interconnection. I don't remember how that was represented, but we can address the specificity in the standing language items. Okay.
I think we called it second transmission line.
Great. Okay, so let's start again. We are going to let staff start with each of the 5 of concern. If anyone would like to respond, or the person that proposed it would like to respond, we can then open it for discussion. Okay, so number 2, feasibility of purple pipe expansion.
Sure. I'll just quickly address our concerns about this. This is something that has been studied extensively through multiple studies and has found to be quite expensive and not feasible as a water supply alternative. And we feel like we've put that one to bed, and that we should be focusing on different types of projects moving forward.
Commissioner Gupta?
I was one of the commissioners who submitted this. I agree with staff. They sent a detailed email going over the history of looking at purple pipes, and it looks fairly comprehensive in terms of reviewing the feasibility. So I'm fairly satisfied with our current progress on purple pipes. I don't know if anyone else has opinions on this one.
Any other opinions, or can we call a vote? These are all going to be straw votes, not official votes. So we'll just do a quick raise of hands and go from there.
Is the hand raised to eliminate the item, or to?
Well, first I'm going to call, sorry. First, if there's any other open discussion we want to have, we can have that. And then we'll do a quick show of hands to vote it, that we do not include it on the work plan due to staff concerns and additional information.
So a hand raise is we don't include it.
Correct. Okay. Eliminating it.
Question here. I'm voting it off the aisle.
Excellent. It's off the island. Okay, number 3, please. Maybe I did it the wrong way.
Let me describe the universal access. It was to enhance the CPA accessibility beyond ADA compliance to ensure equitable service for all customers. That was as it was described. We took a look at the description of this and the commissions that the city currently has, and that would actually probably more likely follow under the Human Relations Committee in terms of looking at ADA access and access to the community. So it doesn't feel like it falls under the purview of the UAC. So to the extent that it was of interest, that might be something that could be provided to the Human Relations Commission.
Would the Commissioner Gupta?
Yes, I was one of the commissioners who submitted this proposed topic as well. Just to be clear, the work plan is about how customers with disabilities access CPAU's services. For example, our billing portal, communications, and facilities. Would that be something that the Human Resources Commission can review?
So to the extent that it was directly involved with our billing system, that would be under the UAC. But in totality, if it's looking at the access for the community as a whole, for all the activities the city provides, unless it's very narrowly defined for the utility bill, then it should be going to the Human Relations Commission.
Yeah, if we could throw up the actual table. As I had submitted it, it was supposed to be fairly specific to CPAU.
Right, and Commissioner, it does talk about the billing portal. It also talks about communications as well as facilities, looking at best practices and universal design, including a lot of community engagement, focus groups. And so even if it is specific to the utility, this, engagement is a large undertaking. If that is something that the commission wishes for us to embark on as a priority, I think that is within the commission's prerogative, but it will require resources and is not necessarily on our current work plan.
Understood. So is staff suggesting that we should vote this up or down? It's not something that could be in front of the Human Resources Commission because it's specific to CPAU. Am I understanding that correctly?
It seems like it is not fully specific to CPAU, and therefore it needs to go to the Human Relations Commission.
It is.
Or that is staff's recommendation.
That it should go to the Human.
Includes facilities, which CPAU does not have full control over.
Okay, I'm happy to amend out the physical sites. That was only a small portion of the proposal. Really, the chief concern is how do folks that require accommodations access and understand our services, particularly as we add AMI. I am curious how well those features are usable to our customers who have disabilities. And from recent stats I've read about, I think up to 47% of residents across the Bay Area, I don't know the stat for Palo Alto, require accommodations. So I do think it is a significant issue and something we should look at as a CPAU, making sure our services are accessible to everybody.
Have we had complaints in this regard? It would be interesting to know, typically something requiring a lot of staff time would be in response to complaints or regulatory or, customer needs. So can you tell us whether this is in response to complaints or is this a proactive proposal?
Sure, it is the proactive proposal. I think I've been talking to folks who work in this space, Guide Dogs for the Blind, presentation about accommodations at Stanford Health and Stanford Hospital. When we talk about universal access, part of it is being proactive to actually reach out to those customers who have disabilities and making sure that we specifically obtain their feedback and how we approach the design of things like websites or billing portals. It might not necessarily arise in the form of a complaint. And I don't know if I don't know if it's something we've reviewed before, but from the few discussions I've had with staff so far, it seems like there probably has not yet been work done on actually reaching out to customers that require accommodations to make sure that our services are accessible. So it's just arisen out of conversations with folks in the space.
I would just like to say personally that my concern with this item is that it does not fall under the purview of the UAC. This was not a concern that staff raised, but the timeline in terms of conducting accessibility audits and launching customer surveys feels squarely in the domain of staff rather than the domain of the UAC itself. And so I'm just very much struggling to understand what we would do as a commission and where we would provide guidance, other than to say that we believe accessibility is important. I think we definitely hold that sentiment, but I am concerned that given our limited bandwidth, our input is, this topic is not ripe for input from the commission. I'm sorry, Commissioner, Chair Sheriff, I failed to acknowledge you first, so sorry.
Well, all I can say is that now gives me the opportunity to say I completely concur with your remarks and was going to say something similar. Yeah, and I think I would add that I haven't heard any of these complaints. And, you know, normally when we launch something, even if it was in the purview of the UAC, when we launch something like this, it's usually in response to something that has boiled up in the community where somebody at least has come and said, you know, this is a problem in our community. Because to go ahead and, you know, submit valuable resources of staff means we won't be working on something else. And, you know, we do have ADA regulations, obviously. So it's just unclear to me of why we would need to launch this at this time with not a single person having come to the UAC and saying, I need this, I can't access it, I'm a person with disabilities, etc.
Commissioner Gupta.
And just to respond to the comments about purview, I'm happy if this gets remanded to the Human Relations Commission, if that's the argument that the vice chair is making. But to the extent that this is, to the extent the argument is, this is a staff issue, not a UAC issue. My understanding of the work plan process is this helps define where we'd like to see staff time go. These are recommendations to council as to where, you know, we should be focusing staff time. So that's why it's included as part of this work plan process. I see it as a valuable place to apply staff time and recommending that to council.
I just want to be clear, as a advisory commission, we do not direct staff's time. The general manager and assistant general manager direct staff time on the utility. As an advisory commission, we certainly advise on staff proposals that are brought to council, and our own questions can help I don't know, it certainly consumes staff time, whether it's helpful or not, I don't know. But we endeavor to make it helpful. But Commissioner Gupta, I think that may be a source of misunderstanding around the purpose of the work plan, that this work plan will not and should not direct staff time. I mean, it does direct staff time to some extent, but you know, this is a work plan not for staff. This is a work plan for the commission.
And Commissioner Motter, I think you're also trying to say this is not intended for operations. This is intended for the policy items for the UAC to help advise the council on.
At least that is my understanding of the work plan.
Yes.
Commissioner Gupta.
Yeah, just so we all have a understanding of the work planning process. So these are work plans that we're advising forward to the council. Is that correct? And if so, I mean, I think you could apply that same argument to almost any of these work plans. That these are directing staff time and not towards policy. So I'm trying to distinguish between the purpose of the work plan versus the direction of staff time.
Council has to approve these. That's the answer to the question. So until we approve it, they technically can't work on projects that aren't approved in the prior work plan.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Thank you.
So, okay, then I may have a misunderstanding. My understanding, this is a work plan for the UAC in particular. And so the UAC can work on these topics if they're approved by council and cannot work on these topics if they're not. But this work plan is not the work plan for the utilities themselves, meaning that the general manager and assistant general manager and utilities director direct work for the utilities.
That's right.
I think the commissioners are getting caught up. Everybody is correct in their statements. All things can be true. And there are obviously nuances. It's not one or the other. They all help funnel through, ultimately at the direction of council.
I guess the point is, as a vice chair of the UAC, I'm not going to conduct an accessibility audit or launch customer surveys. And so I need to understand whether this is even a reasonable thing to have on a utility advisory commission work plan.
So if I was a commissioner, I might say, correct, you wouldn't do those, you wouldn't conduct those items. Staff would conduct those. However, staff would then bring forward policies or programs as a result of that work to the UAC to either institute new programs or policies as a result of the findings of those, with the goal of more universal access beyond current ADA compliance. And then the UAC would recommend those new programs and or policies or adjustments to programs and policies in alignment with that to the full council for their consideration. And so ultimately the staff work, to your point, would be, what are the inputs to get to those program or policy changes? And I think the question at hand is this an area that the commission would like to recommend as a new area to dedicate resources to over the course of the next 12 months?
Commissioner Gupta.
And just as another question, and is it staff's view that we can remand this one to Human Resources Commission because that's the better place for this topic?
If we're talking about universal access for the city in totality and the city's programs and facilities and systems, I would say yes, that's an HRC topic. However, I would also say the UAC doesn't have the authority to remand anything to another committee or commission. The UAC could identify in their work plan that here are topics that we think are also important, and you could advise the council of that. But outside of a discussion by the council or an action by the council, it would not necessarily be remanded to HRC. They too are working on their same work plan in alignment with council's priority objectives and projects in flight, as well as their routinized work as well.
Are there other comments or questions about this item? And if not, should we can staff make a recommendation that we vote on about this topic?
I think the question at hand is whether or not the UAC wishes to have staff spend time on analysis over expanding ADA accessibility to universal access. So I want to be clear, we do meet ADA compliance regulations. We're talking about above and beyond what's required. And I think the vote by the UAC is whether or not you want to recommend to the council that this is an area to spend time and resources analyzing programs, going out to the community to serve those under or disadvantaged populations over the course of the next 12 months. And do you want to recommend that resources be allocated that way for the council?
Commissioner Gupta, and then we'll take a vote.
Sure, and thank you. I think that was a very helpful way to put it. And also, if you look at the text of the proposal, it is specific to more specific to utilities, except for maybe the facilities point. I am wondering if we can ask council whether or not they would like to broadly view this and send that to their human Resources Commission. Would that be an option going that route?
So are you proposing that you withdraw this proposed topic and instead submit it to council separately as items that you would like the UAC to recommend that the HRC, that council direct the HRC to take up?
Yeah, and maybe we can phrase it as, you know, we have some commissioners who are interested in this issue from utilities perspective, but maybe the more appropriate place is to look at this citywide, and if HRC is interested, that might be the better place to kind of have a wider look at the issue, and maybe more appropriate look at the issue too.
Great. So I think the appropriate way to do that then would, Mayor Lally.
I was just going to suggest, I think the appropriate way to do that, I hope I'm not going to say the same thing, is to have the staff liaison here talk to the staff liaison of HRC and see if they want to tee it up as an item.
Excellent. And if that is amenable to you, then I'm going to recommend that Commissioner Gupta withdraw this proposed topic, and we would maybe not hold a vote, but we would note that it was the respective representatives are going to be in touch.
Sure, that works for me, and unless other commissioners have comments.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Okay, if not, let's go to number 4. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not number 4. Number 8. I starred them, not circled them. Yes, so data center competitiveness.
So that would be me. So in terms of data center competitiveness, this is an important topic for staff and the community. We're very interested in exploring the options for data centers to potentially come to Palo Alto. That said, this is not really a suitable item for a one-year work plan in terms of the timelines that were presented, in terms of the outreach required, the infrastructure and the coordination and communication necessary to implement data centers like this of any large size coming into Palo Alto. It would require a much more comprehensive plan of looking at the potential expansion of our system, our 60 kV loops, our substations, the second transmission corridor coming into the city, so we have additional capacity. Those are a lot of items that would have to be addressed under a longer term vision. As Assistant Director Daly mentioned, if you looked at that load growth scenario where you saw that really high growth pattern, we have to look at resources. We have to look at how a potential large customer like that would really pay their way in terms of developer fees. So there's a lot of components associated with that. We agree as staff that it's something that we're going to be looking at and pushing for. There may be incremental items that we can talk about and talk through. The timeline for this and the implementation of this program under a very consolidated timeline is just not workable. So just wanted to kind of restate kind of the appetite versus that reality of bringing a customer of that size in. These take, frankly, years. Even for a data center to get backup diesel generation, those wait lists are 2 years just to get those. So think of the supply chain logistics, going through the permitting system where these potential sites would be. So, we are actively engaged with customers. They do come with us for ideas. We also understand the data centers, and it's a very competitive market. And, daylighting a lot of these items is not necessarily in their interest as well.
I'm one of the sponsors of this. I think a little bit got lost in translation. I do appreciate that, actually accommodating a large data center is a massive or at least substantial investment of staff time that we wouldn't want to undertake. I guess the question I'm looking to have answered, and I don't have a very good answer in my mind, is this something we want to be proactive and try to attract data centers or not? Is it a good thing? Somebody offhandedly earlier said, well, data centers are a good thing for rates up to some point and then they're not. Okay, so what point is that? I don't have clarity. And just as a commissioner, I'd love to hear, from staff, what is that point? What is our position? Should we be, welcoming them with open arms? Should we be completely neutral, which is our, if they show up, they show up? Or should we be, no, we really don't want that? And again, given that this is a larger city issue and there's other issues with data centers, I get it. It's not just the utility commission, but it's more, what is our stance? Are we pro? Are we pro up to a point? What would it take? Or are we just kind of sitting by the phone? If somebody calls up and says, hey, I want to build a data center, we figure it out. It sounds like you're saying that's the approach we're taking. We're here. We've got the phones manned. If somebody comes in, we'll work out the transformers and all this sort of thing. Again, I think, that puts us in an unprepared position. I guess as a commission, I would like a better indication. I'm not asking for technical, again, I think Commissioner Metz was also part of this, so I'd like his point of view. I'm not asking for a big technical document or technical preparedness, just like, yeah, it'd be great if we got one. No, it wouldn't be very good, or no, it'd be neutral.
Okay. What I'm hearing is the topic is big, it's important, it's on target for UAC, but we don't perhaps have the staff resources to address it at speed it's portrayed here. So maybe the solution is to, sort of do the intro to this, because I think, what Commissioner Phillips just described is really important to be prepared. And also from the discussion we had earlier about the electrical financial plan, from some of the questions I asked, it sounded like we really haven't prepared how we're going to deal with this. So, could we do something, would something like that be acceptable, kind of prelude to, big data centers?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly how Commissioner Croft incorporated this into some revised language. If we could bring that up. But I think this is a nice instance in which data centers are maybe one of many future large loads that would come into the grid. And I think there has been general and consistent interest by UAC members in having greater clarity over how load growth is likely to impact rates. And I think, certainly that will subsequently inform decisions about how we would like to attract load consuming customers or not. Data centers, which of course are one.
I think this really ties into a lot of the efforts the UAC is already engaged in. We're talking about the second transmission corridor to bring additional capacity from the CAISO to Palo Alto. Our peak is around 170 megawatts right now.
Yeah.
These data centers on a smaller scale could be 10 to 20 megawatts, which would be a significant load in our city. So we would have to take a look at that in terms of the transmission corridor, integrate that in a grid modernization, as we move forward. It's not just the distribution, it's also part of our 12 kV system, our 60 kV system, our substation. So I think we can integrate that as part of our grid modernization and looking at larger loads, not just data centers. It may be a customer that has additional lab space and a larger population of engineers and high tech staff that need to have that lab space here in Palo Alto. So that might be the right sized impact that we could evaluate as part of the workflow we're already going through.
Commissioner Tucker?
Yeah, I want to double or repeat what I heard from Commissioner Phillips, this lost in translation. I strongly support this point 8. But I think, as I heard a minute ago, let's not raise the bar so high that it's not as if we're asking for technical readiness. Anyone following electrical utility at the strategic level knows that data centers are for the industry at large, not Palo Alto necessarily, one of the largest waves that will drive electrification in America. So we're sitting here in Palo Alto. Mayor Long presented recently at Rivian. We have, on the one hand, you could say we must be very focused and knowledgeable, and all in this room need to be fluent in the market potential of data centers to drive the business. After all, it's Palo Alto. And look, we have one of the largest, most high-profile players in AI, one of the most beloved companies in the world, Tesla. Sorry to joke around, but we've got them as a data center customer, and that should suggest there's so many other potentials. On the other hand, we also do not have sub-10-cent electricity here. We're not like up in the Northwest. So there's an argument that says, oh, data centers are a pie in the sky for us to even think about. And I, for one, have no idea what the answer to that is, whether we ought to be driving hard to attract data centers and as part of our business, or whether we just don't have the, we'll never have the wherewithal with because we're not up on a river in Washington to attract data centers. And so really what I'm saying is the way I read item number 8 is that I'd like assessment studies. I'd like to know those businesses or customers that have told us they want data center in California or in Palo Alto. Why and why are they choosing us? And should we prepare for that market segment?
So not to lose the forest from the trees, and I want to kind of detail what I think what we're hearing is really looking at a feasibility analysis in terms of, and it will be some engineering, we'll have to get some transmission planners involved, but look at our system, look at the ability to expand, giving a second transmission line coming, and look what kind of capacity we can actually build into Palo Alto and bring that back, right? So that there is an understanding of what that potential would look like, knowing that we're going to get a potential second line with PG&E or even looking at studies at alternate locations. So I think that would be helpful for the UAC to understand what kind of capacity we have. We have limitations here in Palo Alto. We are very transmission dependent. We have one receiving station. We have 3 60 kV loops. Knowing those systems are, and we don't, but Palo Alto is unique because of its brain trust, right? Because you need to have, if you want to have data centers here and with AI or with advancements in autonomous vehicles, you have to be close to that data, and we understand that. So I think we can do that feasibility analysis and look what that size and scale kind of fits here in Palo Alto, because it is different, as you were saying, in the Northwest, in Virginia, in Texas, in Nevada. There are different uses for data centers and what may fit better here based on the attributes of
the feasibility study makes a lot of sense. But even before that, in my view, would come a market demand assessment. Who are the potential customers in our market area for this? And how would they look to us to solve that? I mean, maybe we go and talk to all the potential guys and they say, no, man, we're going to put this up in Washington State and then run a big fat pipe so that we don't need the data center on premise. So those are questions I'd like answered.
Maybe I'm even backing off further. I'm saying, what if we had more of this load, and you've put it in the high level demand forecast, apparently has data centers in it. What would it do to rates for the city? Would that be a good thing or a bad thing for the residential customers? If we had so many megawatts of 24/7 load, I've heard, and I think I've heard you say that that's one of the reasons Santa Clara has lower rates when we go through this, is they have more of that load. That's why we come out not as well in the rate comparison. Then, I could go to say, okay, it would be a good thing up to this point. And then the technical side is like, could we do this? What would it take to do it? Would it take, billions of dollars and millions of lives to do it, or is it something we could do relatively? And then I would almost go to where Commissioner Tucker is saying, okay, if it's something that's good and we can do it at a reasonable price, is there potentially a market? But I'm not looking for a detailed technical study, technical readiness. I don't even think we need to identify individual customers. I just like to know, would this be good for customers if we got this kind of loads?
Can I ask whether it would be, whether the submitting commissioners would like a special agendized topic on data centers, or whether they are instead asking for us to incorporate, or for asking for staff to comment on the items that were just brought up, which I believe you've taken good notes around, but do so in the context of the ongoing discussions around grid mod, around time of use rate, around electricity rate setting over the coming year, et cetera. Is there, I just truly don't know what the preference is. Yeah. Commissioner Gupta and then Chair Scharf.
Thank you. Yeah. So if we could turn to the language that I had submitted for the proposed topic on data center. The purpose of it was really the market analysis more than the technical side, and kind of comparing what can our competitive advantages be, because I think we have a lot of assumptions on that. Like, is the Pacific Northwest really the place to be? Is there a class of customer we can attract here in Palo Alto for data centers? I think that is an important question we should answer, especially right now when there's a lot of energy around data centers. And what can we do as a city to attract them? I think staff has raised good questions on the technical side of how much capacity we have and can we serve these customers. And I think that's a second question we should review. At least for my part on submitting this specific language, I think we should see a dedicated agenda item on this topic, and given this discussion, both on the market analysis and also on technically what are our options. And as Commissioner Phillips said, at what point is it advantageous for us, and at what point is it not? I think those are all great questions.
Chair Scharf.
So I think by putting something in the work plan, that just means that we have the council authority to work on. Doesn't actually mean it'll get worked on. But we obviously shouldn't put stuff in here that we're not going to try and work on. I think Commissioner Phillips, narrowed this topic to like a first step that you could do this year. All he wants to know, and I actually want to know that as well, and I think most of us do data centers lower the rates for Palo Alto customers? And if so, how many megawatts of new data center before it wouldn't lower rates because we'd have to make a big new investment? Or is that a fallacy and it would always lower rates because it would always pay for itself? And I think that's what the UAC, what I heard, wanted to understand in this. I completely get why staff, Commissioner Tucker's idea of going out, and that's a lot of work. Frankly, Commissioner Gupta seemed like a lot of work on this item as well. So we could agree to just start this process of understanding it this year with limited staff. And I would ask staff if that would be way too much work of what I just outlined, what I understood Commissioner Phillips wanted.
Chair Scharf, I'll have Chief Operating Officer Kuratore to answer this, but I do think you have hit on the juxtaposition of where staff is coming from. When staff read this proposed topic, it has a 12-month detailed plan, including rate projections, attracting data centers, working with real property developers, as well as zoning. And so I think, for us, before we would embark even on those kinds of activities, what you're hearing from Chief Operating Officer is that we would even want to understand, can we support it with our current system? So that's why you're hearing him come from the technical standpoint. I hear both sides, right? It's like, if the market's not out there business-wise, let's not do it. On the flip side, if we can't support it, but we go out in the market and see if they can do it, but we can't support it, then, it's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. So I'll let Alan talk about whether or not what you proposed, Chair, is feasible. I think the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. I mean, we can go through that process. I have worked with several data center developers, and the first question they ask is, do you have the power and when can you get it? So so that basic question is the first thing they ask. And so if we don't have done our homework, it really cuts our legs out from us in terms of our effectiveness at having that communication, in terms of our seriousness and be able to serve them. So I hear you loud and clear, looking at the resources, system limitations, can we bring it in? Will it be of value to the city in terms of, is it going to be a benefit to our rates, our ratepayers, and our community? So on that very high level, understood. Okay. And that's something we could adapt to and bring back to the UAC.
Great. I am, as acting chair for this meeting, concerned about timing. So I'm going to encourage us to limit our comments to essential items so that we can get through these 5 to start with. And then we've got to go back through and make sure all the remaining ones are reflected somewhere.
Then
okay.
I will move, if when the time is right, that we do more than that, that we do more than just answer the theoretical question of how much data center is good for consumers or not, that we do what is outlined in the proposal as short-term. That's the market analysis. And the market analysis can, of course, involve new conversations with customers and potential customers. But maybe, Alan, you've had a lot of those conversations, and we ought just hear a summary of what you already know. But I would like very much, to the question earlier, to have an agenda item soon on what we know about data centers, specifically the market potential and also how it would affect consumer rates.
All right. Commissioner Gupta, is there anything essential, or does that motion, it's not a motion, but is that proposal adequate to vote on?
Yeah, I think that sounded good to me.
Okay. So I think we're hearing 2 things, both a market analysis and a impact on consumers as a separate agenda item. Whether or not it's a separate work plan item, I think can come up for debate later.
So
okay.
I just want to jump in.
Go ahead, Chair.
I wanted to make sure I understand what staff was saying, because I heard something different from staff. I heard from staff that they would be fine doing this, the part about whether or not data centers financially make sense, what the impact on rates are, and that information. What I heard from staff is they don't have the time to do the broad, what's outlined on screen right now, the broad process. And what I heard Commissioner Tucker say is he wants to do the broad process, and he wants to make a motion to do the broad process.
Not the broad process, that which is in the short term, just the market analysis, which may be nothing more than summarizing what the enterprise-facing team of the utility already knows, because they're already talking to customers. But let's please understand as much as we know today about the market potential, the demand potential for data centers.
So does staff have a concern with broadening it beyond what Commissioner Tucker just said?
So the first item on whether data centers make sense, that's something that staff can support. The second item, in terms of market availability, we may need a consultant in regards to that, in terms of real estate and some of these other objectives that we're talking about in terms of the outreach. We would see that as a separate item. And I think we would want to get the first answers first, whether it makes sense, and then bring it back to the UIC to go to, as Commissioner Tucker mentioned, okay, the next step of that market analysis. Now that we know that it makes sense for us, now let's go out and that next step and talking to and seeing what we can do.
All right, well, I've beat the dead horse, but you said maybe you plural, are talking to customers about this. So I, for one, would like to hear here at UAC what those potential customers are saying. That should not require any additional market research. And there's nothing about real estate in the short term. We're raising the bar too high and getting lost in translation, it seems to me.
So I think we should have a vote on this. What I'm understanding is this. I understand we can put data center competitiveness or something in the work plan. I think that's fine. It's just in the work plan, then staff is going to go ahead and tell us the extent at some point during the year that if data centers raise or lower the residential rates, whether or not it makes sense at which level, how many megawatts, when it doesn't make sense, that kind of stuff. After they do that information, the UAC will then determine whether or not they want staff to go ahead and, hire a consultant or do further stuff. Is that what staff's saying? Because if so, I'll support that.
Staff could be supportive of this first and second one. We do feel it's necessary to get the market, whether it makes sense to have them here, and whether it's going to increase or decrease rates first before we pivot to the short term.
So I support that as well and would love to put it into a motion.
Great. I think that would be lovely. Let's, Chair Sharp, go. You have the last word on this one before we take a straw vote.
No, that's what I want. I want Commissioner Phillips to put that in a
Great.
motion and
Great.
we're done.
There's enough diversity of opinion here. Let's just call a roll and get people's opinions.
Commissioner Gupta,
Yes.
Chair Scharf,
Yes.
Commissioner Metz,
Yes.
Commissioner Tucker,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Vice Chair Mater,
Yes.
Commissioner Croft,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Okay, so no diversity of opinion, which is great. My one concern is I cannot let this particular language move forward. And so I think the next question is how exactly we represent this in the work plan. It's clear that we want an agendized item, but I am wondering whether people would be okay if, can we please bring back up the other one? The other document.
Vice Chair Mater, this is specifically in that other document. You'll see it in the big clump of red in the second green box.
Exactly. We have already worked in competitiveness of the city for data centers. Is that acceptable to everyone rather than trying to revise the work plan submission that was made and have it as a separate work plan item?
Can you just read it to us?
Yes. Electric system and supply, discuss and advise city council regarding electric system and supply portfolio, including grid modernization, second transmission line power portfolio, smart home technologies, distributed energy resources, competitiveness of the city for data centers, and coordination with Palo Alto Planning Department to enable technical improvements.
I'm good with it.
Excellent. Okay, so then I'm going to suggest that in fact, while we are going to agendize data centers, we are not going to include a separate data center competitiveness item in the work plan. And so we will withdraw that proposal.
But we will have that read.
Yes. Okay. 9, microplastics and forever chemicals in water supply was the next item of concern, I believe. There were 5, but I started, yes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Zuka, Assistant Director, Water, Gas, and Wastewater. First, I want to say that we share the Commission's, interest in this topic. It's something that we're monitoring very carefully. I'll address it in sort of 2 parts because I think we have different bits of information. For PFAS, we have actually already sampled for PFAS as part of the unregulated contaminant monitoring rule issued by US EPA. We have, all the data that we have has not detected any PFAS in any of our surface water. San Francisco has also done their own independent monitoring and they have not detected it. So we don't have any data to suggest that we have an issue or anything to investigate, to be honest. So I think that one, from our standpoint, is, there's not much to do there. The microplastics is very different. It is a topic that scientifically is very much in its infancy. The definition of microplastics came out in 2020. The first analytical methods were adopted in 2022. The state of California is already leading this effort from a national standpoint, and they issued an order in 2022 asking for many of the Bay Area water suppliers to start sampling their receiving water, the surface waters for microplastics. That effort, those results are expected at the end of this calendar year. San Francisco being one, Valley Water, Zone 7. So I think we're going to be getting information here within the next year that is going to inform what we might need to do going forward. And independent monitoring at this time of our water is going to be both, I would say, redundant to San Francisco's efforts and maybe a little bit premature. I think we'll have more data here in another year or so to be able to evaluate where to go next. But it is something we're paying very careful attention to and monitoring the progress of the regulations. So staff's recommendation at this point would be to sort of hold back and wait for those data to come in and then reevaluate.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
You addressed water, but you did not
address wastewater. Very good point. I would have to defer to Public Works on that. And the wastewater side of it would be a different story. I think it's still some of the same issues in terms of the science and the analytical methods and that kind of thing. But yes, you are correct. I was focusing more on the water side.
Thank you. Would anyone who submitted this topic like to comment on it? Commissioner Gupta?
Yes, I have submitted this one. I think it's a growing concern for our community, microplastics, perfluorinated substances, other forms of contaminants. In fact, a good chunk of my interview for this body before the council concerned microplastics and other contaminants in our waters. I do think there is an interest in studying this issue. I hear what staff was saying on the state level and maybe SFPUC level analysis that's being done. I think that the objective of this topic is to make sure we as a community understand our own water supply and also our wastewater. I suspect our water supply is going to be much cleaner than our wastewater, but I think testing those things so we know where we're at and so we can consider new information as it comes will be important. The other aspect of this is, we are making decisions now, expensive decisions now on infrastructure upgrades, and a lot of those infrastructure upgrades are introducing plastic components in both our wastewater lines and our water lines, and there is growing science on some issues with respect to that as well. So I think it would be great to get in front of a lot of these issues and kind of start understanding these issues before it becomes a very expensive, potentially concern in the future. So that's why I submitted this work plan topic.
Okay.
I just want to add one thing. The understood, and I would say that when we collect water quality data, generally the way the industry works is that there is a defined public health goal. It's all health driven. And then when we collect data and we have a number, we have something to compare it to. So we know, are we above the public health goal? Are we below the public health goal? Is there an issue? Right now for microplastics, there is no public health goal, and the state board and OE have even said that there's not sufficient science out there to develop one. So we'd be collecting numbers that we'd have a value of 1 or 2, but we would have no ability to interpret what 1 or 2 meant. And so, again, from staff's perspective, we would be, I think, ahead of where the science typically takes us and when we're dealing with drinking water. We will be seeing some of that. Like I said, California is monitoring. They are moving forward on it. We're not saying it's not important, and that we just know that there is motion on this already. And I think our recommendation would be that we wait for the larger players to collect those data and have the science evolve.
I'm wondering whether it is possible for us to understand that, and I guess what I'm hearing from staff is, water quality remains a key priority of the water utility. It also remains a key priority of the commission. And in our potential modifications to the work plan submitted by Commissioner Croft, we have included a specific call out for water quality broadly as part of the purview of our oversight of the water utility. I'm wondering whether that would be acceptable to staff.
That is fine. If we get more information on this as results come in, we'd be happy to come back in and present what the findings are. I think our concern on this recommendation is more the initiation of the sampling efforts ourselves than anything else.
Understood. And Commissioner Gupta, would that potential modification be amenable to you?
I'm happy with the broad topic. I do think we should start testing water and wastewater in Palo Alto, so we at least have the data. I do think that's important.
I don't feel comfortable voting on a direction to start testing right now, but I'm happy to include water quality as a item on the work plan, and we can revisit the need for that and the state of the science when that comes forward. Is that adequate? Okay, if people feel that that is adequate and would like to, or I guess Commissioner Gupta, who submitted this, has the option to just withdraw this, or we can have a vote that it is subsumed in oversight of the water utility. Commissioner,
are we viewing this
to withdraw this particular distinct proposed topic?
Are we saying that? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are we thinking that this topic is subsumed in the general topic that you've proposed?
That is a compromise that staff is comfortable with. And if you are okay with it, then I would ask that you withdraw this topic. If you're not okay with it, then we'll vote on this topic.
I think we need a vote. I've talked to so many residents that want to know this information. I think it's very pertinent in the minds of many residents in Palo Alto. And I think a lot of people are looking very carefully and closely at this issue right now.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is there any reason why our water is going to be different than the water that is going to have these tests performed on it that we will be receiving the results on in the next, sounds like 12 months or so?
Conceptually, no. In the absence of knowing exactly where they're sampling, I couldn't really provide a specific opinion, but I'm assuming that San Francisco is going to try to collect a representative sample of their watershed that would, indicate whether there are microplastics and what they're serving to their wholesale customers. So I think it would be at least a good starting point. I'll also say that, the sampling for microplastics is not as simple as just putting a sample in the thing of water. You have to worry about the clothing you're wearing. You have to worry about all of the data quality. So it is a very new thing that I don't even think we have the internal technical skills to perform. We'd have to figure out how to actually start that sampling. So I think the data what's going to be coming in is going to at least give us a good idea, and then we can sort of evolve it from there. As Commissioner Motter said, under the water quality guise of the UAC's authority.
So I'm just going to ask that we now put up, we've seen this one. If we want to have a vote on this, I think we should just do so. Let's do a vote on proposed topic number 9. And if you could call the roll, that would be helpful.
What's
Yes.
the vote mean?
The vote would be to recommend that we adopt the proposed topic number 9 in our work plan.
Whereas the no vote, we would
be
still include
water quality in the, and then can you bring up the language that is a subsumed version? So the subsumed version here, I will read it, says that we will consider potential future sources of water supply and water quality. Could say
and sorry to interject.
Water quality.
It does not include wastewater in this subsumed language, just to make that very clear.
I agree with that, and
on that regard, I'm happy to interface with Public Works.
It is not in the domain of the UAC to cover wastewater, and so I think it is not appropriate to put it on our work plan. But maybe following the accessibility recommendation, we can also talk to the liaison with Public Works.
Yeah, I'm happy to interface with Public Works and find out what they're doing, and I can report back with the rest of the topic and inform the UAC.
Great. Okay, so now we're going to call a vote on work plan item number 9, microplastics and forever chemicals in water supply and wastewater. If you vote yes, you would like this as a distinct work plan as currently presented. If you vote by Commissioner Gupta, if you vote no, we would move forward with Commissioner Croft's recommendation to subsume this water quality component only into the standing topic. Can we call the votes? I'm sorry.
Aren't you doing straw votes on these? So just raising hands?
Sure. Let's raise hands. It's hard for the online people, I've realized. But yes,
I
this
see
is
two
straw
hands.
vote. So yes, okay, anyone that wants to vote yes, please raise your hand. Okay, there is one person, and that means that it will not be on the work plan for this coming year in a distinct form, but it will be subsumed into the oversight of the water utilities, water quality. Now we'll move to number 12, the Stanford interconnection. And thank you for your patience. I know this is the second long UAC meeting in a row.
Commissioner Motter, I thought earlier, so perhaps you can move straight to a straw vote. We had discussed changing this language as Commissioner Croft had already proposed to simply say the second transmission line, which I would like to edit to say corridor, but we can get there.
Perfect. So let's go back to
Perhaps-
Commissioner Croft's language here, if that's possible, and review its coverage. So we have, just to remind everybody, the electric system and supply, it says second transmission line. If we could modify that in real time to second transmission corridor.
As one of the authors, I'd like to address that.
Please.
I'm okay with subsuming it in this with the insertion of specifically the Stanford corridor. There's an important technical reason for that, which is the other options that were discussed here a couple of months ago were on the Bay transmission line. Stanford gets power from a completely separate transmission line on the other side of the hill. I think it's really important to look at that option. And there's good reasons why Stanford should want to do it as well. So I feel strongly, and I think the other authors of this also feel strongly that we should be explicitly considering that option.
I will just say for disclosure, as a faculty member at Stanford and at SLOC, where the actual interconnect lies, I am deeply, or I should say, I have a potential conflict in that. So I will not vote on this one, but I think I can still chair.
Can we hear from staff why this one, sorry, I know you talked about this, but the Stanford item was strongly.
The Stanford item was
Opposed.
pursued for
Yes.
approximately 10 years with Stanford. We brought this item back to council in terms of not being able to move forward with that and pivoted to looking at a second transmission corridor in connection with the Cal ISO. We've done some studies and we're moving forward with that. We were hoping that goes and is scheduled to go to the CAISO later this year. Hopefully in the next month or so, and we'll have some good news to bring back. But the study so far does give us a diversity in terms of the connection points. So connecting to a new 115 transmission corridor to Moffett and NASA Ames gives us connectivity to Metcalf Energy Center in southern San Jose, just north of Morgan Hill, and then connectivity to Fremont and the Newark substation. So it does provide us a diversity in terms of of connections going into or supply coming into Palo Alto. So I did want to point that out as something, and I know the commission has been very patient in trying to get that data. So I wanted to give you a little more discrete information on what we're pursuing, and we're making a lot of headway of bringing that project to fruition.
Chair Scharf?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I know that staff had been talking with Stanford for at least, I think, 20 years. And I know it really heated up after the plane hit the transmission line. I don't remember what year was that. It was like 2009, 2008. Do you remember? Maybe no one remembers. But anyway, staff looked at that. The council looked at it. I remember Mayor Ye really pushed it really hard. Staff spent a lot of time and resource with Stanford, and there was just no deal to be had for years. I mean, obviously, if we could get a deal with Stanford, that would be great, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. So I don't think it should be a separate call out. I mean, obviously, if that changed, I think staff would get all over it, but I think it'd be great if we got a second line, and staff's already working on that.
And we can bring that back into the 1-year timeframe of this work plan.
Can we hold a straw vote? A straw vote of yes would maintain the item number 12 proposal as is. A straw vote of no would use the language in Commissioner Croft's revisions to the existing work plan as a standing item.
Vice Chair Mater, Commissioner Gupta has his hand raised.
I'm sorry, I did not see your hand. Commissioner
No
Gupta.
worries. Thank you. As one of the authors of this work plan, I did look into the timing of the last time we looked at negotiating with Stanford. It seems they suffered a fairly major power outage afterwards. Maybe this doesn't have to be a dedicated call out per se, but it would be interesting if someone on staff could just reach out again and just see if there's any interest at all on Stanford's side
I'm happy
to reopen those conversations.
I'm happy to raise the interest of the UAC with our Stanford liaison, other hat that I wear. Just if they have interest to let us know. But other than that, I don't find any further work likely to be fruitful.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Sure. Happy to mention it.
Okay, so let's take a hand vote. Yes is separate dedicated work plan. No is we will move forward with Commissioner Croft's specific highlighting of a second transmission corridor.
I think the option was not, the first option was just to have a call out within the language of the Croft document.
Is this adequate?
It would be for me.
Is this adequate for other commissioners?
As is, right?
As is?
As is, it is adequate for me.
Okay.
It's adequate for me too.
Then item number 12 is simply withdrawn, and we will not hold a vote. I think that gets us through the key items of concern for the 5 callouts that we had by staff. We now have 9 other items that were submitted as discrete proposed topics. The majority of those have been included in Commissioner Croft's revisions to standing topics, with the exception, I believe, of items number 4, 5, no, sorry, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Which is, we've already covered 3 and we've already covered 4, but 5 and 7 remain. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best, but anyway, I apologize. We have not covered 4, so it's 4, 5, and 7. And I think it is worth turning to those next. So we had item number 4.
Could you please just, I've lost the thread a little bit.
Yes.
4, 5, 7 are items that have not found a home in or been subsumed somewhere else?
Correct. So in Commissioner Croft's proposed revisions, which if we could please bring those up again, items 4, 3, 4, 5, and 7 were not subsumed. We already eliminated item number 3.
Oh.
And so we are left with items number 4, 5, and 7. Could staff comment on item number 4, regional coordination on water supply? You provided a current status and schedule. You did not provide any guidance on your sense of the, shall I say, resource adequacy within the staff employee time and or kind of interface between this proposed recommendation and the role of VOSQA and council.
Sure. So I'll take a stab at this and, excuse me, have have Carla help me round it out. So ultimately, why staff didn't necessarily say that this was, couldn't necessarily be worked in is it's already part of, the work that was underway. So if you looked at, when we reviewed the proposed topic, the short term, which is what this work plan is for, it talked about advocacy with our partners and with the work that the UAC did last month. Staff is forwarding that to council, and I think that is frankly ultimately accomplishing the step that the UAC can make in this regard at this moment in time, not in alignment with what short-term 6 through 12 is. So to the extent we wanted to go beyond that work and, do something different than the path the UAC is currently given direction to staff on, I think that would be important, but otherwise, that's why we said, this is underway and we've taken those frankly, the commission has taken those initial steps.
Okay. Given that we have taken an initial step, but maybe are looking for responses to those items, or we have done all we can to elicit responses to those items, I think that the question at hand is whether or not we would like to separately agendize this. Not agendize, we would like to include this on the work plan, or whether we feel like it is already adequately represented and could make its way onto the agenda through the general water utility topics. Commissioner Gupta.
So I was one of the commissioners that put this together. I think the work last month accomplishes a lot of what this work plan was designed to do. There are longer term things that we could think about and talk about, but I'm happy to wait to see how our current efforts progress. At least that's my view on it.
Recognizing that this was not a submission solely by Commissioner Gupta, are there any other commissioners that would like to comment on this particular item or a path forward? Commissioner Tucker, would you, your microphone is on. Would you also like to comment?
No, but I've heard you comment on the importance of a regional approach. That'd be interesting to hear.
I believe very strongly in a regional approach, and I think that that is actually core to how we think about the water utility in general. And so my opinion is that that is quite subsumed by the water utilities current mission space and oversight. Honestly, responsible oversight over our water utility requires that we take this regional perspective. Calling it out separately, I think, is personally confusing, and I think that our really nice work led by your letter and the letter that Commissioner Phillips, Gupta, and myself wrote provide us a really nice set of action items that we can continue to build upon. Okay, so Commissioner Gupta, if that's amenable to you, would you like a vote on this, or are you willing to withdraw this topic?
I wasn't the only commissioner who submitted it, but I'm willing to withdraw it given our prior efforts.
Okay, so if there's any objections, raise your hand. Okay, so we will not move forward with that topic. Next is credit card fees and staff.
Sure. If I might make a recommendation, if you could help us pull up Commissioner Croft's language again.
I think it is not actually, oh, because you want to modify it, sure. Can we?
Great. In the first one, when we talk about annual budget, it says include time of use rates 10 and review credit card fees for FY 2027. Right.
I was actually wondering whether that time of use rates belongs under the electricity supply, because while I would love to see time of use rates in water supply, I do not think that that is going to happen in my lifetime.
So we can put 5 on that. So Vice Chair, when you have a moment or when we get there, we have a couple clarifying items that we might suggest to help be a little bit more specific so that we don't have to go line by line.
Okay, that would be great. Why don't we come to that after we resolve credit card fees? But I think what I heard from the commission generally when we were in the last meeting was a wholehearted embrace of opportunities to further pass along fees that are incurred by some, that are not helping us in rate setting. So we really appreciated the careful work of the Finance Committee in noting that. And I think that making forward progress on this and at least hearing, even if it's just in a staff report from staff on where you've gone with this, that would be fabulous. Is this adequate coverage, or does anyone want to suggest that we have a separate work item on credit card fees?
I just have a question. When I see 2027, it sounds like a long time from now. Is there any opportunity to do anything sooner?
Apologies, that was shorthand. You are setting your rates for FY 2026 right now, so that's why we were referencing 2027. Any changes wouldn't happen to your rate setting likely until the next cycle.
But I think in staff's current status and schedule, it does say that off-cycle review is possible.
Sure.
And so I guess that opens the question whether or not
would we want to do a mid-year?
Would we want to do a mid-year review?
So what I would suggest, and what staff will frankly do, is we'll look at this off-cycle, right? When we're developing rates, we're buried in that. So we'll likely do the analysis off-cycle to that, come back to the commission, have a dialogue about it, and then you could make a choice then on whether or not you were to do an off-cycle rate change versus versus rolling it into the coming year.
Is this actually a rate change or just a policy change?
I mean, it would potentially be both. Right now, credit card fees are baked into the rates. And so if you were going to pull credit card fees out and charge that separately, we would need, your rates are based on an assumed level of fees associated with credit cards. So we could take the dates out and just, I was trying to identify that you didn't want this to be an ongoing thing. You just wanted it to be like a this year, do this analysis thing.
Okay. Chair Scharf?
Yeah, I was just going to say, staff is going to do the work on this, is from what I'm understanding. We are going to look at this. We're going to take a vote at some point, and we're going to then ask council to get rid of the credit, to basically make people pay their own credit card fees if the UAC votes to do that. I guess on this one, I'm actually a little unclear why not just make this a separate one, since staff is going to do all the work anyway. Staff doesn't seem they don't want to do the work. So I guess this one seems to make sense to me to add separately. I'm not necessarily opposed to just putting it in the way we've done it there, but it seems that that's what we've decided to do.
I would say we have a choice, and I would love to take a straw vote on that. If people have strong opinions either way, could you please express those now prior to the vote if you'd like to, so that we can make an informed vote? Commissioner Gupta?
Yeah, I'm in support of including it. It seems like a quick win, and we're already doing it.
Of including it separately?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, if we are going to include it separately, then I think it is important to look at the language of what is actually in the work plan. Not that we've voted on it, but I don't want to vote on something that has language that hasn't been carefully reviewed. This is in its current form, suggesting that that would be implemented in the next 3 to 6 months, although we've just heard from staff that that is not feasible. We've also, as a result, cannot possibly do the medium-term goal. And so I either need a proposal to revise this, or we need to move forward with Commissioner Croft's.
I'll make a proposal to revise it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I would just move that we basically say, credit card fees, that, staff will come back during the, whatever staff wants to put in there. Staff will come back and give us an analysis and the ability to, make a with the information necessary to make a recommendation to council of whether or not people who use it, the customers who use a credit card should pay for their own credit card fees. It's sort of that simple.
I guess I would maybe argue for subsuming it. It seems like the unusual to have this as the single called out.
All right, I agree. You convinced me, subsume it, but long as we get it done, long as it comes back to us.
Okay, we will, I think we just are gonna trust the staff, the chair and vice chair to make sure that this gets agendized. Great. Is everyone okay with that?
Subsuming.
Subsuming. Yes? Okay,
Yes to
we are
subsuming.
subsuming. Oh my God, we're getting there. Okay, I think that we have,
Subsuming.
we are, so item number 7, federal issues and collaboration.
It is, so that is topic 7 in your work plan.
And that is specifically duplicated. I think it maybe has some more color that was provided by the commissioner that, or commissioners that submitted this. However, I want to give staff the opportunity to further comment on the feasibility and appropriateness of the specific action items.
I think the additional information proposed in the topic is helpful feedback for staff to consider in our, frankly, federal and state and legislative advocacy efforts. However, I do think it really does dip into the operations of how we do our business as opposed to what the outcome is, which is what I think the UAC is identifying is, really monitoring major federal items as they're coming down in this very dynamic environment. I perhaps am reading from it that, maybe a legislative session with the UAC may be helpful, at which point I think if there is, and frankly likely is now, going to be significant state and federal legislation impacting the utilities with wildfires and other activities going on, we may want to schedule a session, but I think your topic as previously written is specific enough for the policy level work that the UAC should be doing.
Okay, does the commissioner or a set of commissioners that submitted this like to comment on staff's response? Commissioner Gupta.
Yeah, so I submitted this one. I'm happy with the legislative session with staff. I think that handles a lot of what this work plan is after.
Fabulous. So does that mean that you are proposing to withdraw this topic?
Yeah, I can withdraw it unless any other commissioner feels strongly about including it.
Okay. Any other commissioner feel strongly? Hearing none, we have now addressed item number 7. I believe that the one remaining item that is not subsumed is the item number 6 that was distinctly called out in Commissioner Croft's proposed revisions. And if we could look at Commissioner Croft's proposed revisions to this first, as a baseline, there was I could be wrong, but I think at the very end, a work plan item that says review pilot progress and outcomes, business model and details affecting the city's decision to move forward with a full city rollout. That is the kind of high level topic. I guess that's precisely matches number 6 then. Is that correct?
I believe I just took it and put it there.
Okay,
but-
great. So now can we go to 6?
Actually, it's not exactly what they wrote.
Okay. I might, looking at it, it seems like a more generalized version of the very specific timeline and priorities. If we could get staff's commentary on these specific topic items, and then we'll let any commissioners that would like to speak toward this also comment.
I'll take a stab at this, and if Dave is still here, he can help me out. If I'm just, in all honesty, taking in alignment with how this commission has been moving through all the other items, I think the higher level suggested addition in Commissioner Croft's language is probably a better approach than us wordsmithing what's in the specific proposed topic. And if that is the path the commission wished to choose, the only edit I would make to the suggested addition is to specifically say, instead of it says details affecting city decision, metrics, because I think there's really nice measures of success. And we, as staff agree, there are measures that we need to be making on whether or not we're going to make further investment in this or not. And so ultimately, I think that's fine. And really the kind of timeline is over the next 12 months, right? And so reviewing those measures of success, where are we at in the pilot program, and do we continue to build or not, basically, I think are all valid points and all on that work plan and part of the program. So I might suggest we just go with the higher level one, and staff could fill out some of the additional details in the item to council.
It did strike me as bizarre that we have specific work plan items for all other utilities and we did not have one for fiber. So I really appreciated the recommendation that we have a specific standing topic for fiber. And I think staff's thoughtful reflection on what that standing topic should include would be very, very helpful.
Agreed.
Sorry, that was my personal editorializing. Commissioner Gupta.
Yeah, so I had submitted this one, and I'm happy with the general language. I think, as you heard from public comment, and I've been hearing from a lot of residents, I think there's a lot of focus on this pilot and what metrics are we using to make a decision. So I think as long as this helps inform kind of our approach moving forward, I think a generalized topic works perfectly fine. It's just more making sure we're covering, of course, we're covering fiber to the premises, our new utility.
We last agendized the fiber utility when? It was this year, but I can't remember when it was.
I don't recall. I will say, we do have the rates coming. So, I'm not quite sure if we're going to do them in May or June, depends on compaction with budget timelines, but we do have an item coming up.
Okay.
I mean, actually, We have covered fiber in the budget subcommittee meetings. So, and I think we came back and gave a short summary here. And I will just echo that we had concerns about wanting to see the metrics from the pilot in order to justify, because we have been shared the financial model and the requirements to make this thing not be able to pay itself back. So we have been informed, just not in this forum.
Okay, so I'm hearing from the commission that staff will add a standing topic item related to fiber utility and will be sure to include metrics for whether or not to move forward and how to evaluate the pilot. Okay, is that acceptable?
Can we make that change to the wording on the other document?
Yes, let's do that now. And then we can cross off fiber.
I think it's
Yeah.
just, instead of details, it's metrics.
So then, Vice Chair, I think staff only have two minor edits to the what's before you.
Okay.
Based on the actions you took in the white section under water supply, the second white section.
Yep.
Towards the far right, it starts recycled water 2. This was referring to the purple pipe.
Correct.
So I would say,
remove
based
that.
on your actions, we'll remove that.
Sorry, that was in, that's not an addition. That was in the existing work plan and I just highlighted it
Great.
because
Then
it
we
was
will
already
leave
in
it.
there. Can we keep it in there
That's
just so
fine,
that you
as
can
long
tell
as-
us what's going on with recycled water, but not about purple pipe?
Not purple pipe, absolutely.
Thank you.
Totally fine. Then the second one I would like to suggest is under reliability, resiliency, and adaptation. It's right under the CIP projects. It talks about emergency preparedness plan, and I think it would just be helpful to be specific that it would be utilities emergency preparedness plan, as it wouldn't be under the UAC's purview to do the broader citywide EOC.
Absolutely. Is that okay?
I would like to address topics 1, 13, and 14 explicitly.
We will do that. Absolutely. We will do that next. Yes.
Great. Those
Okay.
were our only
So, okay,
adjustments.
so we took a little detour into these adjustments, but I agree with Commissioner Metz that we still have some remaining items. We have 1. We've crossed off 2. We've done this data center, we've done microplastics, we've not done time of use, we've not done demand side management, we have done the Stanford Interconnect. We have not done 13, and we have not done 14 for my rate. Does everyone agree? Okay, it is getting late, but we have 5 additional items. Many of those are reflected in Rachel's edits, and I will say that on number 1, staff clearly described this as being subsumed by topics 8 and 9. Does anyone want to raise those separately?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
like to
Okay.
address that. I agree the staff document is saying that topic 1, long-term natural gas utility. It is on. It's saying that number 1, long-term natural gas utility strategic plan is being addressed by standing topics 8 and 9. And the words preliminary analysis of strategies for physical transition of the gas utility sound on target. I agree with that too. But I think the transition strategy is only a part of it. Imagine you have a $70 million business that's really profitable, throwing off cash, yet is threatened with extinction in 10 years or some number like that. To me, that sounds like something that really needs a detailed strategy and plan for what are we going to do with this business. Actually could come out worse than extinction, could end up a zombie that's costing money and still kind of stumbling around. So I think it's really important that we have a topic on this and that it address the timeline, namely up to about 20 years, the important exogenous factors that may keep this going or stop it, and the other issues that have been specified in the proposal. I don't see it as a small part of two other topics. I think it's much too important for that.
Understood. Before I started this exercise, I did want us to revisit the distinction between the work plan and agendizing topics. I think I can see a lot of really valuable time, thought, and energy that went into the work plan as a way to inform how we choose to agendize many of these items over the next year. I guess my question is whether it is a sufficiently distinct item to make it into a work plan as a separate topic, or whether being clear that we would prioritize this as something that's agendized in the next 12 months would be adequate. Either way is fine, but I think that's the decision we need to make.
Going back to the city charter, our job is to advise the city council on important strategic items. And I would say this is among the top 2 or 3 strategic items facing CPAU right now. And that we need, it deserves this kind of focus.
Okay, great. Can we look at the specific, language in the work plan proposal?
I tend to concur because coming off the finance committee, we were grappling with the question that Commissioner Croft mentioned, given that we have some ability to move rates from connection fees to commodity, do we want to do that? Is that consistent with our strategy? What is our strategy? But we don't apparently have one.
Okay, so then I need staff to look at this language specifically and some of the timeline things. I also have a separate item related to the gas standing topic, which is separate, but I need to bring up before we go on. We set an objective, our KPI of being 10% below PG&E, and we are not.
If I might, on the gas item, I can update the commission a little bit. We do have planned in the look ahead to bring an item before the commission probably towards the late summer or maybe fall. We're currently doing a model of the system to try to sort of bookend what the current system looks like and what a scaled back system would look like and the infrastructure needs. That's kind of has to be step one. Because I think from our opinion, this, as Commissioner Metz was sort of alluding to, this isn't really a technical problem, it's a money problem. How do you scale down a utility? So our first goal is going to be to look at the infrastructure necessary and specifically making assumptions like getting rid of single family gas use. Where do we need to maintain? What would that grid look like? How would we go about sequencing it so we can come up with an actual estimate of the decommissioning costs? Because ironically, there's an expensive way and there's a cheap way. The expensive way is to do it onesie twosie, and the cheap way is to let it go through attrition, right? Then come back with some policy decisions about how to approach that, along with incentives and that kind of thing. So it's definitely much, at the front of what we're working on, and we do have for this year, an item on the agenda to bring back the modeling results at least to show the physical side of the infrastructure.
Are there? I think what we're trying to do is have a distinct work plan item. Would staff be willing to develop a distinct work plan item that aligned with maybe that topic and or a couple of the things that are here? But I think it's not realistic to cover all of them this
I
year?
think all of them is a little more than we're going to be able to tackle this year. I would also say that some of the financial elements some of these elements also tie into the SCAP. Some of it ties into how we use cap and trade money. Some of it's so complicated. So we're trying to chunk it up, I would say, and first start with the physical part of it and the estimated costs so that we can then sort of define different approaches. I think all the things that are on this list are on our plan to attack, probably not on this timeline, and at least until we get more resolution into what the future system would look like and what the costs are going to be.
If everything's on here that you're going to do, would removing the timeline and
that would be helpful.
would that be a reasonable compromise with staff to say, we care a lot about the gas utility. We think it has really severe implications for the financial solvency of the utility and the city potentially.
And the 18% that goes to the general fund and all of those things.
But in removing a timeline, we could maybe provide a bit more flexibility.
Yeah.
Does that work with staff?
I'd like to point out, I think, I agree there are important operational issues and obviously the finances, but there are important exogenous forces that are driving this that I didn't hear addressed. And I think for any kind of business, long-term business plan is critical to assess those. Those are what's going to really drive the outcome.
Correct. And I think we agree with that this is not an engineering problem. It's a financial problem, really. How we go about not making this the most expensive gas utility in the country while we scale back or lose money. So there's a lot of moving parts on this one. And I'm just the engineering technical side of it. So there are other players. There's the SCAP group. There are the finance people that are going to be involved in analyzing this. So I've sort of got I'm the bow on the ship, if you will, on the infrastructure side.
I think my hesitation with the level of detail in this is this really should, the UAC's work on this should really follow the SCAP plan. And I haven't reconciled, I don't think staff has reconciled at the necessary level of detail to see the congruencies or incongruencies between the SCAP plan and this. So I don't think we're ready as staff to be able to opine on that, but ultimately the SCAP plan and the guidance within that is really what should be guiding the UAC's review guidance timeline on this item. It's a very important topic. We all agree. And
Could we defer to staff in aligning this with the SCAP plan? Or is that a reasonable compromise?
Well, I would say the long-term business plan for the gas utility needs to take the SCAP plan into consideration as an important driver. But there are other important drivers that the city doesn't control. And I think those are the ones that are most worrisome to me in terms of what the strategy is, because we don't control them. So just to say this is sort of a subset of SCAP, I think I would not agree with.
Not that it was I apologize for the lack of clarity, not that it was a subset of SCAP, but that as a distinct topic, as a distinct work plan item that we give staff the liberty to align, to make sure that there's no misalignment between the text that is here and the goals of the SCAP.
Right. I would agree with that, with the understanding that we and SCAP can be aligned and happy, and the rest of the world may not like what we're doing.
Absolutely. Okay, so if we're going to add this to the work plan, we still have two choices. We can sort of more generally defer to staff to populate this, or we can include all of this detail minus dates and give them the liberty to align with SCAP goals.
I'd be okay with that. Or if you wanted to have a sidebar, if we could do that, in the next few weeks, I would be willing to meet with staff.
Okay.
And maybe other folks would like to, but not too many, obviously.
I want to vote tonight
Okay,
and finish this. So
I would agree to take out the dates if that's important.
well, we need to align.
And I had a suggestion on that, maybe adding the text aligning with SCAP as one of the sponsors of this. You could add the text where it says define scope and objectives of the long-term gas utility strategy. We could add a comma aligning with SCAP and remove the time.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this one while giving staff a little bit of editing liberty? Please preserve intent, but. Okay. A yes vote would add this to the work plan. A no vote would subsume this under topics 8 and 9. Yes vote, please raise your hands. Okay, I think it passes as a distinct work plan item. So let's add that. I think we then have, oh God, okay, we have a couple more. Rachel, I just know this, submitted 10 and 11, and also already incorporated it into your revised text, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct. Both of those have been in the revised text. We could take a look at them. I am the one who submitted the time of use rates suggestion. I know it's already coming to us. If you could pull up the Commissioner Croft wording. I'm okay with subsuming it under, it was actually under the budget item at the top, including time of use rates, annual budget. So basically says rate changes to water, gas, electric, wastewater collection, fiber services, including time of use rates, and review credit card fees. It could just be electric time of use rates.
That's fine. Great. Okay, so then are you interested in withdrawing number 10?
I am interested in withdrawing number 10.
Fabulous. Okay, so number 10 has been withdrawn. We have number 11, which is demand side management. I believe
that one was also mine. And my interest is in seeing, I'll just tell you what my interest was on this one, is in putting some more clear metrics around what we are trying to achieve with efficiency efforts and any kind of demand side management like programs to handle peak rates. I'm interested in metrics and then seeing reports against metrics. But that said, I'm okay subsuming this item under, I think we put it under reliability, resiliency, and adaptation. I included and annual discussion of efficiency programs, demand side management, and performance against plan. And so I'd be interested in any other comments and am happy to retract my suggestion.
Is the proposed revision to the standing topic acceptable to staff? Okay, great. So number 11 is withdrawn. We have 2 left, guys. I cannot wait to go home. Number 13 is emergency preparedness. It was included in Rachel's proposed revisions as, well, anyway.
It's under reliability, resiliency, and adaptation. We just edited that one. So it says, including utilities emergency preparedness plan.
But now I think it is worth turning to the specific language and any staff, we'll start with any staff comments because I know that there's a lot of things happening. So the appropriateness of this, the original language as submitted.
I guess obviously, we'll go back with our standard that we would prefer what Commissioner Croft had identified as just including this as part of our resiliency, reliability, and adaptation item. As you already noted, there are a lot of emergency efforts underway. And so I think that would position us best to ensure we are appropriately aligning conversations and resources. This helps provide insight into areas of interest for the UAC. But I think staff's preference would be what Commissioner Croft provided.
Okay, would any commissioners like to speak in favor of this as a distinct work plan item? Commissioner Metz.
Yeah, I'd like to address it. The staff document acknowledges that emergency preparedness is not covered by any standing topic. The CPAU mentions OES working on an updated EOP with some other work that the city is doing, but there's no real mention of any CPAU activity. So my concern is that this sort of falls through the cracks. I'm also kind of concerned because in the documents, wildfires, are highlighted, but if you talk with the Office of Emergency Services, they don't view wildfires as one of the top concerns for emergency preparedness within the city. Beyond what we're already doing in the hills. So my view, it's all good to know that stuff, but it's not a substitute for CPAU actually having an emergency preparedness plan. So I'm recommending that CPAU work with Office of Emergency Services on the EOP update. Also that CPAU and UAC address CPAU preparedness as a separate topic, including the specifics. Number one or number zero, getting on the same page with OES and defining what an emergency is, and then coming up with options for what CPAU's response could be in such an emergency, and letting the city, via the city council, decide, what action they're willing to sign up for. So I think it's quite important and not being addressed in any existing topic.
We have the option of including it as part of a reliability and resilience topic, or of separately including it in the work plan.
The thing is that has been missing in every discussion of reliability and resilience is that these topics have addressed what happens when things are going swell. And the design emergency has been something like 24, 48 hours of no power. That is not what OES is saying the design emergency should be. And therefore, I think there's a major disconnect on a topic which could be of supreme importance to all of us. And therefore, we need to really work on it.
Okay, so I'd like to hold a vote on whether this should be separately agendized. If there are no concerns by staff about the language that currently exists in proposed topic 13.
I mean, frankly, I think it is operational in how it's written. It is under the city manager's responsibility to ensure CPAU, OES are coordinating on these items, and different departments are going to have different plans to support different phases of an emergency. And so if there is interest in understanding the totality of the ecosystem, I think that's one area bordering on not being within the UAC's purview, because that's about, both the utility as well as the broader EOC plan. I don't want to diminish the importance of emergency operations and disaster preparedness. We take it very seriously. But as it is written, it provides a lens that really digs into how we work operationally between departments. And I think that's a piece that we would reserve for ourselves. It would be well within the UAC's purview to want to understand, to the commissioner's points, what are our plans? how does it fit into the broader context of the organization? And what are areas of risk that we need to make further investments in?
Well, according to city charter, the purpose of UAC is to advise city council on present and prospective long-range planning and policy and major program and project matters relating to the various utilities.
Correct.
So I think we're agreed about the import. We're just maybe not agreeing on whether it's a UAC topic or not. In my view, that reading the city charter is that this obviously is an important plan and program of CPAU. And therefore, it's appropriate for UAC.
I agree. I don't think staff is disagreeing. I actually feel like it's simply the language, the specificity of the language in this action or this work plan item is maybe causing assistant city manager some anxiety.
Okay.
And so Commissioner Metz, I know personally that this has been a topic of repeated requests on your behalf to get agendized. And I do not want to discount that. In fact, I think that you've very patiently waited on this topic, and it's important to find an opportunity to agendize it. But I am wondering whether, given the discomfort of staff in how this is written, whether it is possible to include it in reliability and resiliency while recognizing that in A, that there's an importance of getting it agendized this year, and B, when it is agendized, again, these documents that everyone has prepared provide a really helpful set of reference points when the items get agendized to make sure that we're covering the kind of key features that have been brought up.
Right.
Is that a fair compromise? If we subsume this into reliability and resiliency while making sure that we agendize emergency preparedness in the coming 12 months?
I would say the key thing is that the measures of success be incorporated in that.
Okay, that's great. Can staff make note of this discussion and refer back to this discussion when we agendize? Yes, of course. Great. Is everyone else, I'd actually like to just hold a formal vote. If you would like to have a separate agenda item, please raise your hand. If you would like to move forward with Commissioner Crofts, subsuming recommendation that we subsume this into resiliency and reliability, do not raise your hand.
Well, I just want to clarify what I think I was agreeing to is subsuming it with the understanding that the measures of success in the item be carried into that. Is that what we're?
Sure. So would you like to propose a revision to the language here?
You're talking about the other document, right?
Yes. Can we switch documents, please?
No, I think Commissioner Metz is saying measures of success 1, 2, 3, and 4
These
currently on the
measures of
screen
success.
get added into Commissioner Crofts.
Right.
And I think these are
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
specific points or topics of discussion, right? Or measures that the commissioner is interested in adding this utilities preparedness conversation.
Okay.
In the reliability and resilience, and I think that's fine if the commission wants to identify these 4 topics as.
These 4 measures of success.
Right.
Is that okay with people?
Assuming the other folks who are involved with this one are also okay with that.
I might suggest, like things like completion of an action planning and implementation. That's ultimately, it's not, like I said, the UAC's guidance to give staff direction to do that. But I think these are identifying, like you said, I think staff is going to read this as, I don't want to wordsmith it, staff is going to read this as these are the topics and areas that we would measure as a successful conversation and
Great.
outcome.
Great. Okay. if everyone's okay with that modification, okay, Commissioner Gupta.
I'm sorry, I just had trouble following. We're adding these measures of success to the to Commissioner Croft's language.
Correct.
Is that what we're discussing right now?
Correct. We're going to add.
Okay, and okay, as one of the fellow sponsors of this, I'm okay with that too.
Excellent. Okay. So I think we've adequately addressed proposed topic 13 unless anyone has objections. Hearing none, we have one more. We have grid modernization strategy that is covered here. Sorry guys, I'm like
fumes.
I am really running on fumes. We have put grid mod into, or grid mod as a separate topic is here. Grid mod in Commissioner Croft's is represented as part of the electric supply, where it says including grid modernization, number 14.
Good enough.
Is it good enough?
There are a few more things I added that reflect some of the interests. So just to read it, electric system and supply discuss and advise City Council regarding electric system and supply portfolio, including grid modernization, second transmission corridor, power portfolio, smart home technologies, distributed energy resources, and coordination of Palo Alto Planning Department to enable technological improvement. So it was kind of hitting some of the things that we've talked about before in the grid mod discussion, making sure that the city is thinking about and coming to talk to us about innovations to enable smarter grid. So I don't know if that meets the other grid mod proposers' needs, but we could also add other.
In my view, we need to go further. I think it's really important to specifically address the exogenous factors that are going to drive this biggest capital project, arguably, that we have. I think it's important to get in specifics in the plan. In the financial discussion tonight, grid mod, which is a 30 million, 20 million, $50 million item each year, is one item, and then we have little tiny projects that are broken out into little pieces. So I think being explicit that UAC needs to be able to address the forces that will drive grid mod and the details, both strategic and financial, of what will be in there are really important. And unfortunately, I don't feel are adequately addressed in this. I mean, we can try to wordsmith it if you want, but mainly it's to address specifically the driving forces, the actions and strategies, and the detailed financials, which so far we, after about 2 years, have not seen.
I kind of agree. It is a bigger topic for us than a lot of the other things on here, and it may warrant its own item. However, I'm concerned about the same issues that we've had with many other topics where we might be a little bit too specific in what we're asking for. And so I wonder if it might be okay to kind of generalize the topic as a separate item if the subsuming doesn't call it out enough.
I'm going to take the liberty of just calling like a quick straw vote on this one, and I'm not going to let this meeting go past 11 o'clock. So if we would like to separately agendize this, please raise your hand. If you would like to move forward with Commissioner Croft's action or revised text, please don't.
What is her revised text?
It's up here where the generalized version of grid mod is included as number 14.
But we often do on both. I want to agendize this, but I'm happy with the text. That's not at odds, is it?
I apologize. Inclusion in the work plan is very distinct from agendizing.
That's cool.
And I
got it.
Yeah.
Everything's allowed at this late hour.
Okay, great. We are moving on. I think we are now complete with the work plan as is. We have added a couple of items. We've added review of the gas utility. We have added fiber. And we have substantially revised many of the existing standing topics. I think we've also, thanks to very hard work by many of the commissioners, landed with a pretty discrete and thorough description of the topics that the chair, vice chair, and staff can work to agendize over the coming year. And I ask that staff pay particular attention to the content in that work plan so that when topics are brought forward, you are addressing the core issues that this commission cares about rather than skirting them. And I think that that would go a long way to help us make this work plan process easier in future years. Okay.
I want to thank UTSA for making several good proposals, Rachel for writing them up super well, and you for tirelessly working through them all. Megan.
You're here, Commissioner Tucker. Thank you to the commissioners.
Okay.
Don't you need to take a vote quickly to approve the plan?
I was going to say, I think we now need to vote to approve the final plan. So all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we're unanimous. I get that wrong every time. Are there any future topics for upcoming meetings? We have about 1 million. Yeah. So
Commissioner Tucker visited the water temple.
great. Thank you for your comment. That was a separate item. Are there any commissioner comments and reports for meetings and events? I will be in Sacramento tomorrow, speaking on water desalination in the state of California, very early in the morning.
Bring us home a plant.
If there are no other items, I move to adjourn. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Great. Meeting is adjourned.